The Ghost River, the untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition, boring history for Sleeping Face Part 1, a quiet beginning along the Missouri. Hello, my friend. Tonight, I invite you to leave behind the busy world for a little while. Let the worries of today grow quieter with every slow breath you take. There is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to solve, and nothing expected of you except to relax. As your body becomes heavier against your pillow, we'll gently travel back more than 200 years to a young America, when enormous stretches of the continent remained unknown to the people living on its eastern shores. Imagine a world without highways, without airplanes, without the constant glow of electric lights. Instead, picture endless rivers reflecting the evening sky, forests stretching beyond the horizon, and prairies waving softly beneath a gentle breeze. The loudest sounds are birds singing at sunrise, insects humming in the afternoon, and flowing water continuing its timeless journey toward distant seas. Tonight's story follows one of history's most famous expeditions. But this isn't the story you probably learned in school. This is a quieter journey, a slower journey, a journey into forgotten landscapes, peaceful evenings beside glowing campfires, and whispered legends carried by rivers that seemed almost alive. Among those old stories was one mystery that never found a permanent place on official maps. Some native elders quietly spoke of it, a river that appeared when the weather was just right, a waterway hidden by mist, a place where echoes seemed to travel farther than voices. Later generations would call it the Ghost River. Whether it truly existed or slowly transformed into legend remains one of history's unanswered questions. So settle in, close your eyes if you'd like, and let us begin. The date was May 14, 1804. Morning sunlight slowly climbed above the eastern trees as a gentle fog rested across the broad Missouri River. The world seemed to awaken gradually. Birds greeted the dawn from cottonwood branches. A pair of geese drifted across calm water. Somewhere deeper inside the forest, a woodpecker tapped patiently against an old tree. Everything felt unhurried. Along the riverbank stood several boats waiting quietly for departure. The largest was a sturdy keelboat measuring nearly 55 feet long. It had been carefully built for long-distance travel against powerful river currents. Beside it floated two smaller pirogues. Together they carried the hopes of an entire nation. The expedition officially became known as the Corps of Discovery. President Thomas Jefferson had personally approved the mission. Its purpose sounded wonderfully simple: explore the lands recently included within the Louisiana Purchase. Study unfamiliar plants and animals. Develop peaceful relationships with native nations. Map rivers and mountains. And perhaps discover a practical water route leading all the way to the Pacific Ocean. History would eventually reveal that no continuous river connected the Atlantic world to the Pacific. But in 1804, no one knew that yet. Hope often begins where certainty ends. Captain Meriwether Lewis stood near the bow of the keelboat watching gentle ripples slide beneath the morning light. Lewis possessed remarkable curiosity. He noticed details many others overlooked: an unfamiliar bird, an unusual flower, the changing colors of distant hills. Every discovery mattered. His closest companion, William Clark, quietly supervised final preparations. Where Lewis focused upon careful observation, Clark focused upon organization. Maps fascinated him. Leadership came naturally. Together they formed an effective partnership that balanced science with practical experience. Neither man realized they were about to become permanent figures in American history at that moment. They were simply preparing for another difficult day of travel. Barrels of salted pork were loaded carefully. Flour, cornmeal, medical supplies, axes, fishing hooks, blankets, lead, gunpowder, scientific instruments, ink bottles, writing paper, trade goods intended for native communities. Everything had its place. Every pound mattered. Every forgotten item might become desperately important hundreds of miles from civilization. The crew included soldiers, hunters, interpreters, laborers, and skilled boatmen. Most were still young. Many had never traveled far from home. Some felt excitement. Others quietly wondered what waited beyond the endless river ahead. No one spoke very loudly. Morning itself seemed to encourage silence. As the first oars entered the water, Soft circles spread outward across the Missouri. The expedition had begun. The current immediately reminded everyone that rivers possess personalities. Traveling downstream feels easy. Traveling upstream demands patience. Each mile required determination. Long poles pushed against the riverbed. Heavy ropes sometimes pulled boats forward from the shoreline. Rowers settled into slow, steady rhythms: dip, pull, lift, repeat, dip, pull, lift, repeat. Soon the movement became almost hypnotic. Hours passed without hurry. The Missouri flowed beside endless forests where deer occasionally stepped cautiously toward the water before disappearing once again into green shadows. Beavers ignored the passing boats. Turtles rested upon floating logs. Eagles circled high above. Nature neither welcomed nor rejected the explorers. It simply continued its ordinary day. Perhaps there is something comforting about that thought. History often celebrates human achievements. Yet rivers continue flowing whether anyone remembers our names. Forests continue growing. Birds continue singing. The natural world patiently outlives every generation. Lewis frequently opened his journal. Jefferson expected careful observations: temperature, weather, plants, animals, distances, river conditions, native languages. Everything deserved recording. Sometimes Lewis wrote pages before breakfast. Sometimes exhaustion reduced his handwriting to hurried lines barely readable even years later. Those journals would eventually become priceless windows into a continent few Americans had ever seen. As afternoon sunlight warmed the valley, insects drifted lazily above quiet pools beside the riverbank. Dragonflies shimmered like tiny pieces of blue glass. The wind carried the sweet scent of fresh grass mixed with damp earth. Far away, a herd of bison grazed peacefully across rolling prairie. At first they appeared almost like dark stones scattered across green hills. Only when they slowly moved together did their enormous size become obvious. The explorers stopped briefly to admire them. No photograph could capture such a sight. No painting could fully express the feeling of standing before thousands upon thousands of enormous animals, moving almost silently beneath an endless sky. For a few peaceful moments, no one spoke. Sometimes silence says more than words. The expedition continued until late afternoon before searching for suitable ground on which to spend the night. A campsite required careful consideration. The land needed protection from flooding. Trees provided firewood. Fresh water remained nearby. The boats could be secured safely. Each evening followed familiar routines: unload supplies, gather firewood, prepare supper, repair equipment, write journals, assign night watches. Only after completing every task could anyone finally rest. Dinner remained wonderfully uncomplicated: salt pork, fresh fish if available, simple bread, perhaps wild greens collected nearby. Nothing fancy, but after hours of rowing against the current, even ordinary food tasted satisfying. Darkness gradually settled across the Missouri Valley. One star appeared, then another. Soon the entire sky glittered above them. Without city lights, the Milky Way stretched overhead like another quiet river flowing across the heavens. Several men quietly watched the stars before crawling beneath blankets. Others whispered softly around fatting campfires. Lewis finished another journal entry. Clark reviewed rough maps by lantern light. Beyond the campsite, owls hunted patiently. Foxes wandered through tall grass. Beavers continued repairing dams beneath moonlight. The wilderness never truly slept. It simply changed from daylight voices to nighttime voices. And somewhere far beyond the next bend of the Missouri, hidden beneath layers of mist and memory, an old story waited. Native travelers occasionally spoke about a strange branch of water, a river that seemed to disappear. A place where sound behaved differently, where heavy morning fog lingered even during warm summers, where birds sometimes fell strangely silent. French traders had heard whispers of it decades earlier. Most laughed, some listened. None could agree where it might be found. Lewis would soon hear those stories for himself. At first, he would treat them as interesting folklore, but over the months ahead, small details would begin appearing inside different conversations, different villages, different languages, different people. And although each version changed slightly, one detail remained remarkably consistent: never follow the Ghost River after sunset, for reasons no one could fully explain. Those who ignored that warning often believed they returned somewhere different from where they had entered, whether that meant geography, memory, or something much simpler. No one could say. The Missouri flowed quietly beneath the moon. The campfire slowly became glowing embers. One by one, tired explorers closed their eyes. Tomorrow would bring another peaceful day of rowing, another stretch of beautiful wilderness, another page inside Lewis's journal, and one small step closer to the greatest mystery of the entire expedition. End of Part 1, The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition, boring history for sleeping face Part 2. The river that never slept. Good evening again, my friend. If you're still awake, welcome back. And if sleep has already begun to gently pull at your eyelids, then simply allow my voice to become part of the quiet background, like a distant river flowing through an endless valley. There is no need to stay awake for every word. History is patient. It has been waiting for more than 200 years. It can wait a little longer for us. Morning arrived softly over the Missouri River. A pale silver mist floated just above the water, moving so gently that it almost seemed alive. The camp slowly awakened. One man stretched beside the fatting campfire. Another quietly gathered more firewood. Someone placed an iron kettle above glowing coals, allowing fresh coffee to warm while the first birds welcomed another peaceful sunrise. The air felt cool, not cold, just cool enough that every breath carried the fresh scent of damp earth and young cottonwood trees. Lewis stepped away from camp before breakfast. He enjoyed these quiet moments. His journal remained tucked beneath one arm while he carefully examined the nearby shoreline. Tiny animal tracks crossed the muddy bank. Some belonged to raccoons, others to deer. A few were unfamiliar. He knelt beside them, studying each impression with genuine curiosity. To Lewis, every footprint told a story. Some animals had passed during the night, others only moments before sunrise. Nature left behind countless little messages for anyone patient enough to notice them. Behind him, William Clark organized another day's departure. The boats required constant attention. Ropes were checked. Supplies counted once again. Every barrel remained secured against unexpected waves. The Corps of Discovery had quickly learned that rivers rewarded preparation and punished carelessness. Soon the oars entered the water once more. The familiar rhythm returned: dip, pull, lift, repeat, hour after hour. The Missouri continued winding through forests and open grasslands, never rushing, never stopping. Its gentle bends revealed new landscapes around every corner. Sometimes steep bluffs rose proudly above the river. Other times the banks spread into peaceful meadows where hundreds of wildflowers danced beneath the morning breeze. Butterflies drifted from blossom to blossom without any concern for explorers or maps. Life simply continued. The farther they traveled from settled towns, the quieter the world became. No church bells, no wagon wheels, no distant conversations. Only birds, wind, water, and the steady splash of wooden oars. It was a silence that many modern people have never experienced. Not an empty silence, a living silence, one filled with thousands of gentle sounds working together. A kingfisher suddenly darted across the river like a blue arrow far overhead. A bald eagle circled lazily, searching the water below. Beavers swam quietly near fallen trees. Turtles rested on warm logs, slipping into the water with tiny splashes whenever the boats drifted too close. Lewis smiled as he watched them. The wilderness seemed endless, beautiful, ancient, patient. Around midday, the expedition noticed something unusual. The Missouri remained wide and calm, yet a smaller stream joined it from the north. It looked ordinary enough. Its water was slightly darker. The current flowed more slowly. Nothing about it appeared mysterious. Still, an older French fur trader traveling with the expedition paused for a moment. He stared quietly toward the narrow stream. Then he slowly removed his hat. No one immediately understood why. Clark eventually asked, "Have you been here before?" The old trader nodded. "Many years ago," he replied softly. "I heard stories." "What kind of stories?" Lewis asked. The trader looked toward the little river once more. People living farther north called it a forgotten water. Lewis waited patiently. The trader continued. "They believed rivers remember everything." Few men laughed gently. It sounded like poetry rather than history. But the old man did not laugh. "They told me that some rivers carry only water." He paused. and some carry memories. Lewis quietly wrote those words into his notebook, not because he believed them, but because good explorers recorded stories as carefully as facts. The expedition continued upstream. Before long, the small river disappeared behind distant trees. Yet Lewis found himself thinking about the trader's words. Some rivers carry only water, some carry memories. It was an unusual idea, a peaceful one. As afternoon sunlight drifted across the prairie, the explorers spotted a small herd of elk grazing near the riverbank. The magnificent animals lifted their heads together. For several long seconds, humans and wildlife simply watched one another. Neither group seemed frightened. Neither wished to disturb the other. Finally, the elk turned gracefully and disappeared into the tall grass. The moment lasted less than a minute. Yet Lewis later described such encounters as some of the expedition's greatest treasures. Toward evening, dark clouds slowly gathered far beyond the western horizon. Not a violent storm, just gentle summer rain. Tiny drops soon began tapping softly against the surface of the Missouri. Circles spread across the river, hundreds, then thousands. The explorers covered their journals and supplies while continuing forward. Rain transformed the landscape. The prairie smelled richer, the trees glistened. The river reflected the gray sky like polished stone. Everything appeared quieter than before, almost dreamlike. When they finally made camp that evening, the rain had already passed. Mist slowly rose from the warm earth. The fire crackled gently. Dinner was simple once again: fresh fish, bread, a little salted meat, nothing more, nothing less. As darkness settled over the valley, the old French trader quietly approached Lewis. "I never finished my story," he said. Lewis looked up from his journal. "The forgotten river," the trader nodded. "The old people believed there was another stream beyond it." Lewis listened carefully. "They never gave it one name," the trader continued. "Every nation had its own word among the voyageurs." He smiled faintly. "We called it the Ghost River." Lewis asked the obvious question. "Anyone ever find it?" The old man stared into the campfire. "Some believed they did, and they returned with strange stories." "What kind of stories?" the old trader answered almost in a whisper. "They said time felt different there." Campfire popped softly. No one spoke for several moments. Finally, the trader shrugged. Perhaps they were simply tired. Perhaps the fog confused them. Or perhaps old rivers know secrets that people never will. Lewis thanked him, then carefully wrote one final sentence before closing his journal. Asterisk, "Every legend deserves to be recorded, even when its truth remains uncertain." Asterisk above them, countless stars filled the night sky. The Missouri continued flowing without pause, steady, peaceful, unchanging. Somewhere far ahead, beyond hundreds of winding miles, the first true clues about the Ghost River were quietly waiting. And with every gentle stroke of the oars, the core of discovery drifted a little closer to history and a little closer to legend. Asterisk end of part 2. The Ghost River, the untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition, boring history for sleeping face part 3. The first village beyond the bend. Hello again, my friend. If you're still listening, thank you for joining me once more. And if sleep is beginning to arrive, simply let these words drift by like leaves floating on a quiet river. There is no need to remember every detail. The Missouri remembers enough for all of us. The following morning arrived beneath a sky painted in soft shades of pale blue and silver. Thin clouds stretched across the horizon like long brushstrokes on an endless canvas. The air felt fresh after yesterday's gentle rain. Tiny drops of water still rested on blades of prairie grass, sparkling whenever the rising sun found them. The core of Discovery packed their camp with the same careful routine they had already begun to master. Blankets were folded, cooking pots were cleaned. The campfire was covered until only cool gray ashes remained. Lewis believed travelers should leave as little trace as possible. Even in 1804, he understood that the wilderness deserved respect. Soon the familiar sounds returned. Wood creaked softly, ropes tightened, oars slipped into the water. The Missouri welcomed them once again. For hours they traveled without seeing another human being. The river curved gently through endless green landscapes. Cottonwood trees lined the banks. Tall prairie grasses rolled like gentle waves beneath the breeze. Every now and then a curious deer paused to watch the boats before quietly disappearing into the forest. The expedition moved slowly, not because the men were weak, but because the Missouri demanded patience. Some stretches of water appeared calm on the surface, while hidden currents pushed stubbornly against the boats. Other places concealed fallen trees just beneath the water. Every bend brought a new challenge, yet every bend also revealed new beauty. Lewis spent much of the morning watching birds. He counted several species he had never seen before. Bright blue birds darted through the trees. Great blue herons stood perfectly still along the shoreline, waiting patiently for fish. High above, a golden eagle floated effortlessly upon warm currents of air. Nature never hurried, and somehow, everything still seemed to happen exactly when it should. By midday, the explorers noticed something different. Thin columns of smoke rose gently above distant trees. Clark shaded his eyes beneath his hand. "Someone lives nearby," he quietly said. The men became more alert. Weapons remained close, though Lewis reminded everyone that peaceful meetings must always come before fear. President Jefferson had given clear instructions: treat every native nation with kindness and respect, trade honestly, listen carefully, learn whenever possible. The boats continued around another broad bend in the river. Soon a small village appeared. Round earth lodges stood together on slightly higher ground overlooking the Missouri. Children noticed the boats first. They pointed excitedly toward the strange visitors arriving from downstream. Within minutes, several adults stepped forward to greet the expedition. There was curiosity on both sides. The villagers had seen traders before, but large government expeditions remained rare. Lewis and Clark stepped ashore carrying gifts: bright cloth, metal tools, glass beads, small mirrors. Useful objects that often became symbols of friendship. Through interpreters and careful gestures, conversations slowly began. No one rushed. No one shouted. The pace matched the river itself. An elderly village leader welcomed the travelers with quiet dignity. His face carried many years of experience. He had watched seasons come and go long before Lewis or Clark were born. He invited the explorers to share food. Lewis gladly accepted. Hospitality deserved gratitude. The meal remained wonderfully simple: roasted corn, fresh squash, wild berries, dried buffalo meat. Everything tasted fresh after weeks of traveling. As they ate together, Lewis noticed beautiful handmade baskets resting beside one of the lodges. Their patterns resembled flowing water. The elder smiled when Lewis admired them. "River teaches our hands," the interpreter explained. Lewis carefully copied several designs into his notebook. That evening, the expedition remained near the village. Children laughed while chasing one another across the open grass. Women prepared evening meals. Older men repaired hunting tools beneath the fatting sunlight. Dogs wandered peacefully between the lodges. Smoke drifted gently upward from cooking fires. It felt calm, comfortable, like countless evenings that had unfolded here across many generations. As darkness approached, Lewis politely asked whether the people knew stories about unusual rivers farther west. The elder remained silent for several moments. His eyes settled upon the Missouri. Finally, he nodded. "There are rivers," the interpreter translated, "that carry fish. There are rivers that carry canoes. There is one river," he paused, "that carries silence." Lewis immediately looked up. The elder continued speaking softly. "It hides from people who search for it. It appears only to travelers who stop searching." Campfire crackled gently between them. Several younger villagers listened quietly. None interrupted. Lewis asked another question. "Have you seen this river yourself?" The elder smiled. "Once." "What was it like?" The old man looked toward the stars beginning to appear overhead. Water moved. It made no sound. Even the birds remained quiet there. Wind, insects, only mist. Lewis wrote every word, not because he believed the story without question, but because understanding people meant understanding their traditions as well. Stories often revealed values that ordinary conversations could not. Later that night, Clark quietly joined Lewis beside the campfire. "You don't actually believe we'll find this ghost river, do you?" Lewis closed his notebook. "I don't know," Clark smiled. "I expected that answer." Lewis looked toward the dark Missouri. "Whether the river exists isn't the only interesting question." "Do you mean the fact that so many different people tell similar stories?" He paused thoughtfully. "That alone makes the legend worth remembering." Clark nodded. It was difficult to argue with that. Far above them, the stars slowly turned across the night sky. The village became quiet. One by one, the campfires faded into glowing embers, somewhere beyond the western horizon, beyond forests still untouched by maps, beyond mountains that neither Lewis nor Clark had ever seen. A hidden waterway waited patiently, or perhaps only an old legend drifted quietly from generation to generation. The explorers could not yet know, neither can we, and perhaps that gentle uncertainty is part of what makes this journey so peaceful. The Missouri continued flowing beneath the moon, always moving, always patient, always carrying tomorrow toward those willing to follow. End of Part 3 ***, The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face Part 4. A song upon the water. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back to our slow and peaceful journey across the American frontier. If your eyelids are already becoming heavy, then you are exactly where you should be. There is no race tonight, no deadline waiting for us, only a quiet river and another gentle page from history. The first light of dawn touched the earth lodges long before the explorers prepared to leave. Thin ribbons of smoke rose from cooking fires. Children quietly carried small buckets of water. Dogs stretched lazily beneath the morning sun. The village awakened with a calm rhythm that had remained unchanged for countless generations. Lewis stepped outside his tent while the air still carried the cool breath of the night. He opened his journal. Before writing a single word, he simply listened. A mourning dove called from a nearby cottonwood tree. Somewhere farther away, a buffalo snorted softly. The Missouri whispered against its muddy banks, nothing more, nothing less. Sometimes the greatest discoveries were not found by looking, they were found by listening. William Clark soon joined him. "Boats are ready," he said with a quiet smile. Lewis nodded. "Be there in a moment." He wanted to enjoy just one more peaceful sunrise before another long day upon the river. The village elder approached slowly. In his hands he carried a small object wrapped carefully in soft deer hide. "Have something for you," the interpreter explained. The elder unfolded the cloth. Inside rested a smooth gray stone. It was no larger than the palm of Lewis's hand. Across its surface flowed natural white lines that looked remarkably similar to winding rivers. Lewis admired it silently. "Stone came from far to the northwest," the elder said. "It reminds travelers that every river begins as only a small stream." Lewis accepted the gift with deep gratitude. He promised that it would remain with him throughout the journey. The elder smiled gently. "Then perhaps it will help you find your way." Soon the core of discovery pushed away from the village. Several children waved from the riverbank. The explorers returned the gesture. Slowly, the earth lodges became smaller. Then they disappeared behind a bend in the Missouri once again. Only the river remained. Morning passed peacefully. Clouds drifted across an endless blue sky. The breeze remained gentle. The current fought steadily against the boats, demanding patience from every man holding an oar. Dip, pull, lift, repeat, dip, pull, lift, repeat. The rhythm became almost like breathing. No one hurried. The Missouri would never reward impatience. Near midday, the explorers noticed hundreds of white pelicans resting on a wide sandbar. The great birds stood together in remarkable silence. When the boats drifted closer, they lifted into the sky almost all at once. Their enormous wings moved slowly and gracefully. For a few magical moments, it seemed as though great white clouds had decided to fly. Lewis watched in quiet amazement. He carefully described every detail in his journal: the shape of their bills, the brilliant white feathers, the effortless way they rode the warm air. To many of the men, they were simply beautiful birds. To Lewis, they were another page in nature's endless book. As afternoon settled across the prairie, the wind suddenly disappeared, not gradually. Almost instantly, the tall grasses stopped moving, leaves became perfectly still, even the river seemed calmer than before. Clark noticed it first. "That's strange." Lewis looked around. "It is." Silence felt different, not frightening, simply unusual. Normally the prairie sang with insects, birds, wind. Today, almost nothing. One of the older boatmen quietly removed his hat. "My grandfather used to say," he hesitated, "that rivers sometimes stop talking." Several younger men looked at him curiously. "What happens then?" one asked. The old boatman smiled. "Usually nothing at all." Everyone laughed softly. The gentle humor eased the strange feeling. Within a few minutes, the breeze returned. Grass began waving once more, birds resumed their songs, the river seemed alive again. Perhaps it had simply been an ordinary moment of stillness, or perhaps some places carried their own quiet mysteries. Late in the afternoon, Lewis spotted something unusual floating near the shore. It was a small wooden flute, weathered by water, smooth from many seasons. There were no markings, no decoration. Only 6 carefully carved finger holes. Someone had clearly crafted it with great skill. But how had it arrived here? No nearby camp, no canoe, no footprints. Only the flute drifting peacefully downstream. Lewis carefully picked it from the water. He gently blew across one end. A soft, low note echoed across the river, beautiful, simple, calm. The sound faded slowly into the open prairie. One of the interpreters smiled. "I have heard stories about flutes like that." Lewis looked up. "What kind of stories?" "They say travelers sometimes leave music beside certain rivers." "Why?" "So the river will remember their journey." Lewis turned the little flute over in his hands. Perhaps it belonged to someone who had passed this way many years earlier. Perhaps it had traveled hundreds of miles. Perhaps it was nothing more than an ordinary instrument lost by accident. History often leaves us questions instead of answers. As sunset painted the western sky with gentle shades of gold and orange, the Corps of Discovery made camp beside a quiet grove of cottonwood trees. Dinner was peaceful. Fresh fish roasted over glowing coals, cornmeal bread, warm coffee, simple food, honest work, good company. Lewis sat beside the fire holding the small flute. He never played a melody, only one gentle note, again. And then once more. The sound blended softly with the evening breeze. High above, thousands of stars slowly appeared. Clark looked toward the northern sky. "Traveled many miles already." Lewis nodded. "And many more remain." Clark smiled. "Wonder how many stories this river still has left to tell." Lewis looked toward the dark water. "I suspect," he said quietly, "more than we could ever write." Missouri continued flowing beneath the moon, patient, timeless, carrying the explorers one peaceful mile closer to the forgotten legend that waited somewhere beyond the horizon, and far ahead, hidden within mist. The ghost river remained silent, as though it already knew someone was coming. End of Part 4. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face, Part 5. The Valley of Endless Grass. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. Take another slow, comfortable breath. Allow your shoulders to relax just a little more. Tonight, we continue our peaceful voyage along the mighty Missouri River, where every gentle bend reveals another quiet corner of a world that, more than 2 centuries ago, remained almost untouched by maps. There is no hurry. The river has all the time in the world. And tonight, so do we. The first rays of sunlight spread across the prairie like warm honey. Morning mist drifted lazily over the Missouri, wrapping the water in a soft silver blanket. For a few peaceful moments, the boat seemed to float through clouds instead of water. Lewis stood quietly at the bow. He had learned that dawn often revealed details hidden during the busy hours of the day. A single beaver crossed the river without making the slightest ripple. A family of ducks glided silently between patches of reeds. Far away, the deep call of a sandhill crane echoed across the open valley. The sound was lonely, but not sad. It belonged to the prairie. Breakfast was simple. Fresh bread baked the evening before, salted pork, warm coffee. The men ate slowly while watching the morning fog disappear beneath the growing sunlight. Soon the ropes were untied. The keelboat pushed gently into the current. Once again, the familiar rhythm returned. Dip, pull, lift. Repeat, dip, pull, lift. Repeat. The Missouri resisted every mile. But the Corps of Discovery had already begun to understand the river's personality. Some days it welcomed them. Other days it tested their patience. Today, it simply watched. By mid-morning, the landscape began to change. The forests slowly became smaller. The open prairie stretched farther and farther toward every horizon. The sea had waves. The prairie had grass. Millions upon millions of tall green stems moved together beneath the breeze, creating rolling patterns that looked almost like water. Clark paused for a long moment. "It feels endless." Lewis nodded. "Perhaps that's because it nearly is. No fences, no roads, no buildings, only sky, grass, and the winding ribbon of the Missouri River." The explorers spotted several massive herds of bison in the distance. Thousands of animals grazed peacefully beneath the bright summer sun. The ground itself seemed alive. Dust drifted into the air as the great animals slowly moved together. Some calves stayed close beside their mothers. Older bulls stood quietly apart, watching everything with calm confidence. Lewis carefully estimated their numbers, then quietly admitted inside his journal that counting them accurately was almost impossible. There were simply too many. As the boats continued upstream, one of the younger soldiers noticed something unusual along the western bank. Large stones had been stacked into neat circles. Each circle stood alone, separated from the others by many yards. No one knew who had placed them there. Lewis asked one of the interpreters. He smiled. "Travelers. They leave stones," the interpreter nodded. "Every traveler places one. The prairie remembers they passed safely." Lewis climbed onto the riverbank to examine one of the circles. The stones were smooth, carefully chosen, each one different. He gently placed his own small stone beside the others. No ceremony, no speech, only quiet respect. Clark watched with a smile. "I thought scientists only collected things." Lewis laughed softly. "Sometimes. Today," he looked across the endless prairie, "I think I'd rather leave something behind." The afternoon passed peacefully. The weather remained perfect. A gentle breeze cooled the warm air. Clouds floated high above like enormous white ships crossing an endless blue ocean. Every now and then an eagle circled overhead. Its shadow drifted silently across the grass before disappearing. Near sunset, the expedition stopped beside a broad meadow filled with wildflowers. Purple, yellow, white, blue, thousands of blossoms stretched toward the fading sunlight. Butterflies floated lazily from flower to flower. Honeybees hummed quietly among the petals. Even the horses seemed happier here. Lewis wandered through the meadow carrying only his notebook. He carefully sketched several flowers unknown to American science. Nearby, he noticed hundreds of fireflies resting among the tall grass. As darkness slowly arrived, tiny golden lights began appearing one after another. Soon the entire meadow shimmered. Thousands of gentle lights blinked softly beneath the evening sky. One young soldier whispered, "It looks like the stars have fallen into the grass." No one laughed, because everyone secretly agreed. After supper, the men gathered around a small campfire. The flames danced quietly while sparks floated upward toward the stars. One of the French voyageurs picked up a small fiddle he had carefully protected throughout the journey. He played a slow melody, gentle, peaceful, almost sleepy. No one spoke while he played. The music blended with the sounds of the prairie, the breeze, the insects, the softly flowing river. It became impossible to tell where nature ended. And the melody began. When the final note faded, silence returned. Not an empty silence, a comfortable one. Lewis looked toward the dark Missouri. The smooth gray stone given to him by the village elder rested safely inside his coat pocket. Beside it, the small wooden flute he had found drifting upon the river. Two simple objects, both carrying stories, neither fully understood. Clark quietly walked over. "What are you thinking?" Lewis smiled. "Notice something. Farther we travel, the less certain I become that maps can explain everything." Clark looked toward the river. "Suppose some places aren't meant to be measured?" Lewis nodded. "Perhaps they are simply meant to be experienced. Beyond the camp, hidden somewhere in the vast wilderness, an unseen stream continued flowing beneath the moon. A river remembered in songs, whispered about beside countless campfires. A place where silence itself had become part of the landscape. The ghost river, still waiting, still hidden, still patient, and with every quiet sunrise. The core of discovery moved one peaceful day closer to its greatest mystery. End of Part 5, The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face Part 6. The Whispering Cottonwoods. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back to our gentle journey through the American wilderness. If your breathing has already become slow and peaceful, then simply let the river carry the story for you. There is nothing to remember, nothing to solve. Only another quiet evening beside the Missouri. Morning arrived beneath a sky so clear that it seemed almost endless. The stars faded one by one as the first golden light touched the tops of the cottonwood trees. A cool breeze drifted across the river, carrying the sweet scent of damp leaves and fresh grass. The core of discovery awoke before sunrise. Just as they had every morning since leaving St. Charles, their routine had become familiar. Blankets were rolled, cooking pots were cleaned, the horses were checked. The boats were loaded with careful hands. No one needed to be reminded what to do. Weeks upon the river had quietly turned strangers into a team. Lewis took one last look across the meadow where they had camped. The fireflies from the previous evening were gone. Only dew remained, sparkling like tiny diamonds across the grass. He smiled gently. Some of nature's greatest wonders lasted only a single night. Yet somehow that made them even more beautiful. The Missouri carried them northward once again. The current moved steadily against the boats. The men leaned into their oars with quiet determination. Dip, pull, lift, repeat. The rhythm echoed through the morning air. Before long, the wide prairie slowly gave way to another stretch of woodland. Tall cottonwood trees lined both sides of the river. Their silver-green leaves trembled softly in the breeze. The sound was unlike any other tree. Not a loud rustling, not quite a whisper, something gentle in between. One of the older voyageurs smiled. "We call them the whispering trees." Lewis looked upward. Understand why. Several miles, the only sounds came from the river and the endless conversation of the cottonwoods. Their leaves shimmered in the sunlight, flashing bright green one moment and silver the next. It was almost hypnotic. Even Clark admitted he had never seen another forest quite like it. Near midday, the expedition paused to refill their water barrels from a clear spring that flowed into the Missouri. The water was cold, remarkably clear. Lewis knelt beside it and noticed tiny fish swimming effortlessly against the gentle current. He carefully described them in his journal. Nearby, wild mint grew along the edge of the stream. When one of the men crushed a leaf between his fingers, the fresh scent filled the air. Several members of the expedition added a few leaves to their drinking water. It tasted cool and refreshing after a long morning of rowing. Sometimes the smallest comforts became the most memorable. At afternoon, they noticed something unusual. The forest had become strangely quiet. No birds sang, no squirrels darted through the branches. Even the insects seemed absent. The only sound remaining was the slow movement of the river itself. Clark looked around. Everything stopped. Lewis listened carefully. He could hear his own breathing, the gentle splash of the oars. The distant creak of the keelboat, nothing else. The silence lasted only a few minutes. Then, as suddenly as it had arrived, the forest awakened once more. A robin began singing. Leaves rustled overhead. A squirrel leaped between two branches. Life returned as though nothing unusual had happened. One young soldier laughed nervously. "I think the woods forgot we were here." Others smiled. It was easier to laugh than to wonder still. Lewis quietly made another note in his journal. Asterisk, a brief silence fell upon the forest. Cause unknown. Asterisk, he had learned that careful observation often mattered more than quick explanations. Late in the afternoon, they rounded a broad bend in the Missouri. There, standing alone upon a grassy hill, was a single enormous cottonwood tree. It was unlike any they had seen before. Its trunk was so wide that 6 men could barely have joined hands around it. Its branches stretched outward like the arms of an old guardian watching over the valley. The voyageurs slowed the boats almost instinctively. One of them removed his hat. "My grandfather told stories about a tree like this." Lewis stepped ashore. The ground beneath the giant cottonwood felt cool despite the warm afternoon. Its bark carried countless deep grooves carved by time. High above, hundreds of birds nested among its branches. Clark walked slowly around the trunk. "Wonder how old it is." Lewis smiled. "Older than anyone here. Perhaps much older." They rested beneath its shade for nearly an hour. No one seemed eager to leave. The place felt peaceful, safe, as though the old tree had quietly welcomed travelers for centuries. Before returning to the boats, Lewis placed his hand gently against the rough bark. It was warm from the afternoon sun. He closed his eyes for just a moment, not to pray, not to search for answers. Simply to appreciate the quiet strength of something that had stood beside the Missouri long before maps, borders, or expeditions. That evening they camped only a short distance away. As darkness settled across the valley, the great cottonwood remained visible against the starlit sky. Its enormous branches swayed gently in the evening breeze. Around the fire, one of the interpreters shared another old story. Some native elders believed that certain ancient trees remembered every traveler who had ever rested beneath their branches, not because trees possessed magic, but because they stood still while generations came and went. Kings, hunters, children, explorers all passed beneath the same leaves. The tree remained. Lewis liked that thought. History was not only written in books, sometimes. It was written in rivers, sometimes, in stone, and sometimes in the silent rings hidden deep inside an ancient tree. Above the camp, the Milky Way stretched from one horizon to the other. The Missouri flowed quietly through the darkness, somewhere far beyond the next 100 bends. Hidden by mist and memory, the Ghost River continued to wait, patient as ever, silent as ever, as though it already knew. The core of discovery was drawing closer with every passing day. End of Part 6. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face Part 7, Morning Mist and Quiet Footprints. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back to the Missouri River. The fire has settled into glowing embers. The stars are slowly fading above the western horizon. A new day is beginning, and once again, our small expedition prepares to follow the winding river into lands that few Americans had ever seen. There is no need to hurry. The river has never been in a hurry. It has flowed this way through countless seasons, carrying spring rains, autumn leaves, drifting logs, and quiet reflections beneath the moon. Tonight, we simply allow it to carry us as well. Long before the sun appeared, a gentle mist covered the valley. The cottonwood trees stood like silent giants wrapped in silver. Their reflections shimmered softly on the smooth surface of the Missouri. For a few peaceful moments, it was difficult to tell where the river ended and the sky began. Everything seemed connected. Lewis woke before most of the others. He enjoyed these quiet hours when the world still felt half asleep. Carrying only his journal, he walked slowly along the muddy shoreline. The earth was soft from the night's cool air. Tiny footprints covered the ground. Some belonged to rabbits, others to raccoons. There were neat rows of bird tracks where small sandpipers had searched for insects along the water's edge. Then Lewis noticed something larger, a broad print with 4 heavy toes, wolf. He knelt beside it. The edges were still sharp. The animal had passed only a few hours earlier. Lewis smiled. Some people feared wolves, but he admired them like the explorers. They traveled together. They watched over one another. They survived by patience rather than speed. He carefully measured the footprint and sketched it in his notebook. By the time he returned to camp, breakfast was already being prepared. The smell of fresh coffee drifted through the cool morning air. One of the hunters had caught several fish before sunrise. They roasted slowly over the fire while warm cornbread baked on a flat iron pan. Simple food, honest food, exactly what the men needed before another long day against the current. Soon the boats pushed away from shore. The mist remained low across the river. The explorers could see only a short distance ahead. The world felt wonderfully small. The splash of each oar echoed gently through the fog. Dip, pull, lift, repeat. No one spoke very much. The quiet seemed too beautiful to interrupt. Gradually, the sun climbed higher. Golden light pierced the mist in long, glowing beams. The fog slowly drifted away. One tree appeared, then another. Soon the entire valley revealed itself once again. Clark laughed softly. It feels as though the world has been painted back into existence. Lewis nodded, one brushstroke at a time. By late morning, the expedition reached a long stretch of smooth limestone cliffs. The pale rock reflected sunlight so brightly that the river itself appeared almost blue. Swallows darted in and out of tiny nests tucked safely into the cliff face. Their graceful flight fascinated Lewis. He spent several minutes watching them twist effortlessly through the air. They never seemed to collide, one young soldier observed. Lewis smiled. Practice. Perhaps trust. Nature often solved problems without noise or confusion. Around midday, they discovered a small sandy beach perfect for resting. While several men repaired a damaged paddle, Lewis wandered farther inland. There he found a patch of wild plum trees. The fruit was still green, not yet ready to eat. Nearby grew clusters of fragrant prairie roses. Their soft pink blossoms swayed gently in the breeze. The sweet scent lingered in the warm afternoon air. Lewis carefully pressed one flower between the pages of his journal. He hoped it might survive the long journey home. History often remembers battles and discoveries. Yet Lewis understood that beauty deserved recording as well. As evening approached, the explorers noticed another curious sight. Dozens of smooth stones had been carefully balanced on top of one another beside the river. Some towers stood only 2 or 3 stones high. Others reached nearly the height of a man's knee. No footprints surrounded them, no nearby campsite. Only the silent stone towers watching over the Missouri. Clark examined one closely. Been here for quite some time. Interpreter nodded. Many travelers build these. For luck, Clark asked. The interpreter smiled. Gratitude. Lewis looked thoughtfully across the quiet river. Gratitude, a simple word, yet perhaps the most important companion any traveler could carry. Before leaving, each member of the expedition quietly added one small stone to the nearest tower. No speeches, no ceremony, only quiet appreciation for another peaceful day upon the river. That evening, the campfire burned low beneath a sky filled with countless stars. The air remained perfectly still. One of the voyageurs quietly played the small wooden flute Lewis had found days earlier. Its soft melody floated gently across the water. No one spoke until the final note faded. Then one of the oldest men in the company quietly said, "My grandmother believed rivers remember songs." Lewis looked up. Songs. Because songs travel farther than footsteps. Answer lingered in the silence. Perhaps that was true. Footprints disappear, voices fade, but stories. Stories sometimes travel for centuries. Lewis made one final journal entry before closing the leather cover. Asterisk, today the river offered no great discoveries, only quiet beauty. Perhaps that is discovery enough. Asterisk, the fire slowly became glowing embers. The Missouri continued its endless journey beneath the moon, and somewhere beyond the western horizon, hidden among valleys still untouched by maps, a forgotten river waited patiently, not calling, not hiding, simply flowing. As it always had. Asterisk, end of part 7, asterisk, the Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition, boring history for sleeping face part 8. Where the sky met the prairie. Hello again, my friend. Settle in once more. Allow the weight of the day to drift away like a leaf floating downstream. The fire is warm. The night is quiet. And somewhere beyond the darkness, the Missouri River continues its patient journey toward places that, in the year 1804, still lived only in stories. Tonight, we travel a little farther, not quickly, never quickly. The river teaches that the longest journeys are completed one peaceful mile at a time. Before sunrise, the camp rested beneath a blanket of stars. The air was cool enough that every breath formed a faint cloud before disappearing into the darkness. One by one, the night sounds began to fade. The owls grew silent. The crickets slowed their song. Then, from somewhere high above the river came the gentle call of a meadowlark. Morning had arrived. The core of discovery stirred quietly. Blankets were folded, boots were laced. The horses were watered. Coffee simmered in an iron pot, filling the air with its rich, comforting aroma. Lewis stood at the edge of the river with his journal tucked beneath one arm. The surface of the Missouri was so still that it reflected the sky almost perfectly. For a moment, it seemed as though the boats floated not on water, but among the clouds themselves. He smiled at the thought. Nature had a way of creating small miracles without asking anyone to notice. The boats pushed away from shore just as the first golden sunlight reached the tops of the cottonwood trees. The familiar rhythm returned. Dip, pull, lift, repeat. Each stroke carried them a little farther into the vast interior of the continent. The landscape slowly changed again. The forests grew thinner. The prairie stretched wider. Soon there were moments when the explorers could turn in every direction and see nothing but endless grass beneath an endless sky. Clark removed his hat and wiped the morning dew from its brim. Never seen so much land. Lewis nodded quietly. And yet, he looked toward the distant horizon. It still feels as though we've only just begun. Prairie seemed alive, not with noise, but with movement. Tall grasses swayed together like waves upon a quiet sea. Wildflowers nodded gently in the breeze. Dragonflies shimmered above small ponds hidden among the grass. A pair of coyotes trotted across a distant hill before disappearing beyond the horizon. Everything moved with calm purpose. Nothing hurried. Late that morning, the expedition spotted something remarkable. A herd of pronghorn antelope raced across the open prairie. They moved with astonishing speed. One moment they appeared as tiny white dots against the grass. The next, they had vanished into the distance. Several of the younger soldiers stared in amazement. Never seen animals run like that. Lewis laughed softly. Neither have I. He carefully described their graceful movements in his notebook, knowing that many people back east would struggle to imagine such creatures. Every page of his journal carried another piece of a world still unfamiliar to science. By midday, the heat settled gently across the prairie. The expedition paused beside a shallow creek where cool, clear water flowed over smooth stones. The men removed their hats and washed their faces. The horses drank deeply. Lewis knelt beside the stream. Tiny minnows darted between the rocks. Water striders skimmed effortlessly across the surface. Nearby, bright blue damselflies rested on tall reeds. Everything felt wonderfully peaceful. Clark filled his canteen and sat beside Lewis. "Do you ever wonder," he asked quietly, "what this place looked like 1,000 years ago?" Lewis considered the question. "I imagine." He smiled. "Very much like this." Creek continued its gentle song. Water had been flowing here long before people gave names to rivers, long before maps, long before borders. Some places changed very little. Perhaps that was their greatest gift. As the afternoon wore on, dark clouds appeared far to the west. Not threatening, simply drifting. The breeze cooled. The prairie grasses bowed together as though greeting the approaching weather. A light shower soon followed. Tiny raindrops tapped softly against hats, coats, and the wooden boats. No thunder, no lightning. Only the soothing rhythm of gentle rain upon the river. The explorers smiled. After days of warm sunshine, the fresh rain felt welcome. Lewis closed his journal carefully beneath his coat. Even a scientist respected the power of water. Within half an hour, the clouds had passed. A rainbow slowly appeared across the eastern sky. Its colors stretched from one distant hill to another. The entire expedition paused to admire it. No one spoke. There was nothing that needed saying. Some moments become more beautiful when shared in silence. That evening, they camped beside a broad bend in the Missouri where the river curved gracefully around a grassy bluff. As supper cooked over the fire, one of the interpreters noticed several old cottonwood branches arranged neatly beside the shore. Not driftwood, placed there deliberately. He examined them for a moment. "Someone camped here many seasons ago." Lewis looked around. "Can you tell?" The branches point toward sunrise. "It is an old custom." Lewis quietly nodded. Travelers often left behind small signs for those who came after them. Not words, not maps, simple reminders that others had walked the same path. He wondered how many forgotten journeys had passed along this river. How many stories had been carried away by the current? How many names had been remembered only by the wind? Night settled gently across the prairie. The moon rose slowly above the eastern hills. Its silver light shimmered upon the Missouri like a ribbon of polished glass. Lewis took the smooth gray stone from his pocket, the one the village elder had given him days earlier. He traced the white lines running across its surface. They looked remarkably like winding rivers. Perhaps that was only coincidence, or perhaps the old elder had known something that could not easily be written into a journal. Lewis slipped the stone back into his pocket. There would be time enough for questions tomorrow. For now, the river flowed peacefully. The prairie breathed beneath the stars, and somewhere far ahead, beyond the next 100 bends, the ghost river waited in perfect silence, patient, ancient, unseen. As though history itself was quietly inviting the core of discovery ever closer. End of Part 8. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition. Boring History for Sleeping Face Part 9. The quiet bend of the Missouri. Hello again, my friend. I hope you're feeling warm, comfortable, and wonderfully sleepy. The campfire is glowing softly beside the river. The night breeze is gentle. Above us, thousands of stars quietly cross the sky, just as they did more than 2 centuries ago. Our travelers have already covered many peaceful miles. Yet the Missouri still stretches far beyond the horizon, carrying them toward lands filled with beauty, history, and quiet mystery. So let us continue slowly, comfortably, one gentle mile at a time. The dawn arrived almost unnoticed. The eastern sky slowly changed from deep blue to soft lavender. then to warm shades of gold. Mist drifted lazily across the Missouri, wrapping the river in a thin silver veil. The boats looked almost as if they were floating through the clouds. Lewis awoke before sunrise, as he often did. He stepped away from camp carrying only his journal and the smooth gray stone the village elder had given him. He sat upon a fallen cottonwood log overlooking the river. For several minutes he simply watched. A muskrat swam quietly along the shoreline. A great blue heron stood perfectly still, waiting for breakfast to swim within reach. Somewhere beyond the trees, a white-tailed deer called softly. The wilderness never rushed. It welcomed each new day with patience. Lewis thought perhaps people could learn something from rivers. They never hurried, yet they always arrived. Breakfast was peaceful, warm coffee, cornmeal cakes, a little smoked meat. The men spoke quietly while packing their supplies. Soon the familiar sounds returned. The ropes were untied. The keelboat eased into the current. Dip, pull, lift, repeat. The rhythm had become as familiar as breathing. Hours passed beneath a brilliant blue sky. The river curved gently through wide valleys where tall grasses stretched endlessly toward the horizon. Wild sunflowers nodded in the breeze. Purple coneflowers bloomed among patches of golden prairie grass. Butterflies drifted lazily from flower to flower. Nature seemed perfectly content simply being itself. Near midday, Clark pointed toward the western bank. There, Lewis looked up. At first, he saw nothing unusual. Then he noticed it. A narrow trail descending from the prairie toward the river. It was well worn. Many feet had traveled there over countless seasons. Yet no people were visible, only the quiet path leading into the grass. The interpreter smiled. Buffalo hunters. They've used this trail for generations. Lewis climbed ashore for a closer look. The earth was firm beneath his boots. Along the edge of the path grew clusters of sage. Its fresh scent drifted gently through the warm afternoon air. He imagined countless travelers walking this very trail, families, hunters, children, elders. Long before the Corps of Discovery ever reached these lands, history did not begin with explorers. It simply welcomed them into a story already thousands of years old. Lewis carefully noted the trail in his journal, not as a discovery, but as a reminder. These lands already had histories, already had names, already had people who understood every bend of the river. That thought filled him with quiet respect. By afternoon, the wind began to strengthen. Nothing dangerous. Just enough to ripple the Missouri into countless tiny waves. The boats rocked gently. Cloud shadows drifted slowly across the prairie. A hawk floated high overhead without moving its wings. The voyageurs smiled. "Good wind," one of them said. "It keeps the insects away." Everyone quietly agreed. Sometimes the smallest blessings were the most appreciated. Later that day, the expedition reached one of the broadest bends of the Missouri they had yet encountered. The river curved so gracefully that it almost formed a complete circle before continuing northward. Clark unfolded his map. This bend wasn't described by the traders. Lewis laughed softly. Perhaps they became too busy admiring it. They decided to camp nearby. The high ground offered safety from flooding. Nearby cottonwoods provided shade. Fresh spring water bubbled from the hillside. It was a perfect place to rest. As evening settled over the valley, the sky turned shades of orange, rose, and soft purple. The river reflected every color. It looked less like water and more like polished glass. One young soldier quietly whispered, "I've never seen a sunset like this." Lewis smiled. "I hope you never stop noticing them." After supper, the interpreter shared another quiet story around the campfire. Long ago, he said, travelers believed that every great river had a spirit, not a ghost, not a monster. Simply a memory. Each river remembered everyone who respected it. Those who listened carefully sometimes believed they could hear old voices carried upon the current. The younger soldiers smiled politely. They enjoyed the stories, even if they did not fully believe them. Lewis, however, wrote another careful note. Asterisk, the traditions of the river deserve as much attention as its geography. Asterisk, he had begun to understand that history lived not only in maps and measurements, but also in the stories people chose to remember. Night arrived quietly. The fire burned low. Above the camp, the Milky Way stretched from horizon to horizon like another great river flowing through the heavens. Lewis removed the small wooden flute from his pack. He played only a single note, Soft, gentle, the sound drifted across the water before disappearing into the night for a brief moment. The Missouri seemed perfectly still. Then the current resumed its endless journey. As though the river itself had paused to listen far ahead, beyond countless bends, beyond forests and rolling plains, beyond villages yet unseen, the ghost river waited, silent beneath the stars, patient beneath the mist. Its story was growing closer. One quiet sunrise at a time. End of Part 9. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face Part 10. The River of Morning Light. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back to the quiet banks of the Missouri. If your eyes are beginning to feel heavy, then you are exactly where this story hopes you will be. There is no need to stay awake for every sentence. The river will continue flowing whether we hear every word or not, so simply relax and let history drift gently around you. The first light of morning arrived without hurry. A thin ribbon of pale gold appeared above the eastern prairie. The stars faded one by one, surrendering the sky to another peaceful day. A cool breeze slipped across the water, carrying the scent of fresh willow leaves and damp earth. The core of discovery awoke slowly. Someone quietly added another log to the campfire. Another man filled the coffee pot from the river. Nearby, one of the horses shook the morning dew from its mane before lowering its head to graze. Everything felt calm. Nothing seemed eager to rush the beginning of the day. Lewis stepped away from camp with his notebook tucked beneath his arm. He walked toward a small rise overlooking the Missouri. From there, he watched the sunrise spread across the broad river. The water reflected every changing color: deep blue, soft silver, golden amber. The river seemed to become a different place with every passing minute. Lewis smiled to himself. No painter could ever truly capture a living river. It was always changing, always moving, always becoming something new. By breakfast, the mist had disappeared completely. The men shared warm coffee, fresh fish left from the evening before, and simple cornbread baked on a flat iron pan. No feast. Yet everyone seemed content. Hard work had a way of making ordinary meals taste extraordinary. Soon the boats pushed away from shore. The familiar rhythm returned once again. Dip, pull, lift, repeat. The Missouri accepted them without complaint. For hours they traveled beneath a sky so wide it seemed impossible to measure. Clouds drifted lazily overhead. Their shadows wandered slowly across the prairie like great silent ships. The only sounds were the splash of oars, the occasional cry of an eagle, and the gentle whisper of wind moving through tall grass. It was the kind of silence that many people spend a lifetime searching for. Near midday, the explorers came upon a broad meadow unlike any they had yet seen. Thousands upon thousands of wildflowers covered the open ground: purple blazing stars, golden sunflowers, white prairie clover, blue lupins, red Indian paintbrush. The colors stretched toward every horizon. Butterflies floated above the blossoms. Honeybees hummed peacefully from flower to flower. Lewis stepped ashore almost immediately. His notebook quickly filled with careful sketches and observations. Several of the men simply wandered quietly through the meadow, smiling without speaking. Sometimes beauty required no conversation, only appreciation. Clark bent to examine a single tiny blue flower growing beside the path. So small, he said. Lewis nodded. And yet this entire prairie would feel different without it. Nature often built great landscapes from the smallest details. As afternoon arrived, they noticed a group of wild horses grazing far beyond the river. The animals lifted their heads together. For a long moment, both groups simply watched one another. Then, without fear or panic, the horses turned and galloped across the prairie. Their manes flowed. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face Part 11. The Old Ferryman Story. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. The fire has burned low. The stars still shine quietly above the Missouri. The night is peaceful. And somewhere beyond the next gentle bend, another page of history patiently waits for us. Take a slow breath. Allow your thoughts to drift as gently as the river itself. Tonight, we continue upstream. Morning arrived wrapped in soft gray clouds. The sunrise was hidden behind a thin veil of mist, leaving the entire valley covered in cool silver light. It was neither bright nor dark, simply quiet. Lewis appreciated mornings like these. Without the strong sunlight, the details of the landscape seemed softer. The river reflected the clouds. The trees appeared almost dreamlike. Even the distant bluffs looked as though they belonged inside an old painting. The men prepared breakfast without speaking very much. Coffee steamed gently into the cool air. Fresh fish cooked over glowing coals. One of the voyageurs quietly whistled while folding a blanket. No one hurried. The Missouri had already taught them that rushing accomplished very little. Soon the boat slipped back into the current. Dip, pull, lift, repeat. The rhythm returned almost immediately. Each oar entered the water with the same calm motion it had made yesterday. And the day before, and the week before, there was comfort in familiar routines. By mid-morning, the expedition reached a place where the river widened into a broad, peaceful stretch. The current slowed. Water lilies floated near the shoreline. Dragonflies hovered above them like tiny blue jewels. Several turtles rested together on a fallen log. When the boats drifted closer, they quietly slipped into the water without a sound. Lewis smiled. They seemed to know exactly when to leave. Clark laughed softly, wiser than many people. Near the western bank stood a small wooden shelter. It was unlike the villages they had visited. Only one simple cabin stood beside the river. A narrow dock extended into the water. An elderly man sat quietly repairing a fishing net. His hair was white. His movements were slow, yet there was something peaceful about him. He looked up as the boats approached and smiled warmly. Lewis asked whether they might stop for a short visit. The old man welcomed them gladly. He introduced himself simply as a ferryman who had spent many years helping traders, hunters, and native travelers cross difficult stretches of the river. "No longer travel very far," he said with a gentle laugh. "River brings enough visitors to me." His cabin was small but comfortable. Bundles of dried herbs hung from the ceiling. A kettle rested above a tiny fire. The scent of cedar filled the room. The old ferryman poured warm tea made from local plants. Its flavor was fresh and calming. Lewis thanked him. They spoke for nearly an hour. The ferryman shared stories of changing seasons, great floods, harsh winters, the arrival of spring birds each year. He knew the Missouri as one might know an old friend. Then Lewis asked a familiar question. "Have you ever heard of a place people call the Ghost River?" The old man became quiet. He stared into his cup for a long moment before answering. "I have heard many names. The Ghost River is only one of them." Lewis leaned forward slightly. "Have you seen it?" The ferryman smiled. "Perhaps." Clark raised an eyebrow. "That's not much of an answer." The old man chuckled softly. "It is the only honest one." Outside, the Missouri flowed gently past the cabin. The ferryman continued. "When I was young, I searched for it. For years. I carried maps. I followed stories. I questioned travelers." "What happened?" Lewis asked. The old man looked toward the river. "Eventually, I stopped searching." Silence settled over the room. Lewis waited patiently. The ferryman smiled once more. "And after I stopped searching, I began noticing things I had never seen before. Light upon the water, songs of birds, the smell of rain before it arrived, changing colors of the cottonwoods." Clark smiled. "You found something else." The old man nodded. "Exactly. Whether the Ghost River exists." He shrugged gently. "I cannot say. I learned that sometimes the journey quietly becomes more valuable than the destination." Lewis wrote those words carefully into his journal. He suspected he would remember them long after the expedition ended. By early afternoon, the Corps of Discovery thanked the old ferryman and continued upstream. As the cabin slowly disappeared behind the trees, Lewis looked back one final time. The old man still sat upon his dock, watching the river, smiling peacefully, almost as though he belonged there as completely as the water itself. The interpreter quietly spoke. "Some people spend their lives crossing rivers. Others spend their lives learning from them." Lewis nodded. "And perhaps a fortunate few," he glanced toward the endless Missouri, "managed to do both." That evening the expedition camped beneath a grove of tall sycamore trees. The leaves rustled gently overhead. A small owl called from somewhere deep within the forest. The air smelled of fresh earth after a brief afternoon shower. Lewis opened his journal beside the fire. Instead of recording measurements or distances, he wrote only one sentence. Asterisk, the greatest teachers upon this journey may not be rivers, mountains, or maps, but the quiet people who have learned to live beside them. Asterisk, he closed the journal. The fire settled into glowing embers. The Missouri continued flowing beneath the stars, and somewhere far beyond the darkness, beyond hills still untouched by maps, beyond valleys known only through stories, the ghost river waited, silent, patient. Never chasing those who searched for it, perhaps, waiting instead for those who had finally learned how to slow down. Asterisk, end of part 11, asterisk, the Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face, part 12. The Valley of Morning echoes hello again, my friend. Welcome back to the Missouri River. By now, the steady rhythm of the expedition has likely become familiar. Wake with the sunrise. Pack the camp. Push the boats into the current. Row patiently. Listen carefully. Rest beneath the stars day after day, week after week. There is something comforting about such a simple rhythm. Perhaps that is why journeys often change people, not because of one extraordinary day, but because of many ordinary ones. So tonight, let us continue. The morning air felt unusually cool. Tiny drops of dew covered every blade of prairie grass. The eastern sky glowed with soft shades of peach and pale gold as another peaceful sunrise welcomed the explorers. Lewis stepped outside his tent before anyone else had risen. The world was almost perfectly still. Then he heard it, an echo, not loud, not frightening, simply unusual. Somewhere across the valley, the call of a single raven bounced gently from one distant bluff to another. The sound lingered much longer than expected. Clark soon joined him. Did you hear that? Lewis nodded. It traveled farther than it should have. Two men listened quietly. Another bird called. Again, the echo floated across the valley before fading into silence. The interpreter smiled. This place has always been known for its echoes. Lewis made a careful note in his journal. Asterisk, the shape of the valley appears to carry sound with uncommon clarity. Asterisk, he preferred careful observation over quick conclusions. Not every mystery required a supernatural answer. Sometimes nature itself was remarkable enough. After breakfast, the Corps of Discovery launched the boats once more. The Missouri curved gently between low limestone bluffs. Their pale surfaces reflected the morning sunlight, making the valley feel brighter than the open prairie behind them. Swallows darted effortlessly across the river. Their tiny wings flashed in the light before disappearing into small nests carved into the cliffs. The explorers rowed quietly. Even conversation seemed softer here. Almost instinctively, everyone lowered their voices. Perhaps the echoes encouraged silence, or perhaps the beauty of the valley simply deserved it. Near midday, Lewis spotted something unusual along the shoreline. At first, it appeared to be an ordinary pile of driftwood. But as the boats drifted closer, he realized the branches had been carefully arranged into the shape of a circle. Inside the circle rested several smooth river stones. Nothing more, no markings, no writing, no sign of who had placed them there. Lewis stepped ashore. The circle measured only a few feet across. The interpreter examined it thoughtfully. A resting place. For travelers, Lewis asked. The interpreter nodded. Some people leave circles instead of words. Lewis smiled. Like that. Quietly placed one additional stone inside the circle, not to change it, only to become one more traveler passing through. History often survives in quiet gestures. Not every message requires ink. The afternoon passed peacefully. Clouds drifted lazily overhead. A gentle breeze cooled the valley. The men settled once again into the familiar rhythm: dip, pull, lift, repeat. One young soldier began softly humming the French melody they had heard several evenings earlier. Soon another joined him, then another. Before long, the quiet song floated gently across the river. No one sang loudly. The music seemed perfectly suited to the peaceful current. Lewis listened with a smile. Perhaps the old ferryman had been right. Songs really did travel farther than footsteps. Late in the afternoon, the expedition reached a broad overlook high above the Missouri. From there, the river stretched across the landscape like a shining ribbon of silver. The prairie rolled gently beyond it. Dark forests appeared in the distance. Far away, a herd of bison moved slowly across the hills. The entire world seemed impossibly large. Clark unfolded his growing map. It still feels incomplete. Lewis looked across the horizon. It always will. Clark glanced toward him. You really believe that? Lewis nodded. No map can fully capture a place. Can show rivers, mountains, distances, not the smell of fresh rain, birdsong, sunsets. Certainly not how a place makes you feel. Clark smiled quietly. Suppose that's why journals matter. Lewis closed his notebook. And stories. As evening settled across the valley, the explorers built their camp beside a small spring bubbling from beneath a limestone cliff. The water was cool and wonderfully clear. Nearby, wild mint and prairie sage filled the air with their fresh fragrance. Dinner was simple: roasted fish, cornmeal bread, warm coffee, nothing extravagant. Yet everyone seemed content. Above them, the first stars slowly appeared, one by one, then dozens, then hundreds. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens like another quiet river flowing through the night. Lewis reached into his pocket and gently held the smooth gray stone once more. The white lines across its surface reminded him of branching rivers, of choices, of journeys, of paths yet unexplored somewhere beyond the next 100 miles, perhaps beyond the next 1,000. The Ghost River continued its silent journey, hidden beneath mist, remembered in stories, never demanding belief, only patience. The Missouri whispered softly beside the camp. Its current carried moonlight, drifting leaves, and quiet reflections toward distant places. Tomorrow would bring another sunrise, another bend in the river, another peaceful page in the long journey of the Corps of Discovery. And with each gentle mile, the mystery of the Ghost River drew just a little closer. End of Part 12, The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face, Part 13. The first long fog. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. I hope you're warm, comfortable, and perhaps just a little sleepier than before. Tonight, the Missouri will carry us farther into the quiet heart of the continent. The farther Lewis and Clark traveled, the fewer familiar landmarks remain behind them. The towns have disappeared, the farms have vanished, even the trading posts have become rare. Ahead lies only the river, and whatever stories it chooses to reveal. So let us continue slowly, peacefully, one gentle bend at a time. Just before sunrise, an unusually thick fog settled over the Missouri. It was unlike the light morning mist the expedition had seen before. This fog seemed heavier. It rested quietly upon the water without drifting away. The opposite bank disappeared completely. Even nearby cottonwood trees faded into pale gray shapes. The world had become wonderfully small. Lewis stepped from his tent and paused. He could barely see the nearest boat. Tiny droplets of moisture gathered on his coat and hat. The air smelled clean, fresh, almost sweet. Clark joined him a moment later. Suppose we'll be waiting. Lewis nodded. No sense traveling blind. Corps of Discovery remained in camp while breakfast was prepared. Coffee warmed slowly over the fire. Fresh bread baked beside glowing coals. No one complained. The river had already taught them that patience was often the safest decision. While they waited, Lewis wandered only a short distance from camp. The fog softened every sound. The splash of water seemed farther away than it truly was. Birdsong floated gently through the mist. Yet the birds themselves remained invisible. It felt peaceful, almost dreamlike. Lewis smiled. There was beauty even in days that delayed the journey. Nearly 2 hours later, the sunlight slowly began lifting the fog. First, the nearest trees appeared, then the shoreline, then, little by little, the broad Missouri revealed itself once more. The boats were loaded, the ropes untied once again. The expedition continued upstream, dip, pull, lift, repeat. The familiar rhythm echoed softly across the quiet valley. By midday, the weather had become warm once again. Blue skies stretched endlessly overhead. The morning fog already felt like a distant memory. As they rounded another gentle bend, one of the hunters quietly raised his hand. Along the muddy shoreline stood several large elk drinking from the river. The magnificent animals remained perfectly still. Their reflections shimmered beneath them for several long moments. Neither the explorers nor the elk moved. Finally, one old bull lifted his head. He looked calmly toward the boats. Then, without fear or panic, the entire herd disappeared gracefully into the tall prairie grass. Lewis carefully wrote another note. *, the wilderness rewards quiet travelers. *, he had begun noticing something. Whenever the expedition moved calmly, nature seemed willing to remain nearby. Later that afternoon, they discovered an enormous field of smooth river stones. Thousands upon thousands of rounded rocks covered the shoreline. Each had been shaped by countless years of flowing water. Lewis picked up several. One was perfectly round. Another resembled the shape of a bird. A third contained tiny sparkling crystals that caught the afternoon sunlight. He placed the crystal-covered stone beside the gray stone already resting inside his pocket. Clark laughed. "I thought we agreed to carry less weight." Lewis smiled. "Some things are worth carrying." As evening approached, the sky filled with long golden clouds. Their reflections painted the Missouri with soft shades of orange and amber. The expedition made camp beside a quiet stand of willow trees. Their long branches swayed gently above the river. The sound reminded Lewis of distant rain. After supper, the men rested around the fire. One of the interpreters began telling another story he had learned as a child. It spoke of an old traveler who searched many years for a hidden river wrapped in mist. One evening, after growing tired of searching, the traveler sat beside an ordinary stream simply to watch the sunset. An elder approached and smiled. "You have finally arrived." Traveler looked around in confusion. "This isn't the hidden river." Elder laughed softly. "No, now you understand why people keep searching." Lewis listened thoughtfully. The story was not really about finding a river. It was about learning how to notice the world. Clark seemed to reach the same conclusion. "Perhaps," he whispered, "the ghost river changes the traveler long before the traveler ever reaches it." Lewis looked toward the glowing embers. "Perhaps." Neither man said another word. The silence itself felt complete. Later that night, Lewis stepped away from camp. The moon hung low above the Missouri. Its silver reflection stretched across the calm water like a narrow path leading into the darkness. He reached into his pocket the smooth gray stone, the crystal-covered pebble, the small wooden flute, 3 quiet souvenirs. Each carried its own story. Each had found him beside the river. He wondered what else the Missouri still wished to share, far beyond the next bend. Beyond valleys hidden beneath morning fog, beyond countless peaceful miles, the ghost river continued flowing unseen, not lost, not forgotten, simply waiting, as patient as the stars above, as timeless as the current below, and with every sunrise, the core of discovery drifted one peaceful day closer to its quiet mystery. End of Part 13. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face, Part 14. The Old Mapmaker's Cabin. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back to the gentle waters of the Missouri. The night is calm. The river continues its endless conversation with the shore. And somewhere far ahead, hidden beyond another 100 quiet bends, the mystery of the ghost river patiently waits. Take another slow breath. Let your body grow heavier. Allow the steady rhythm of the river to carry both the expedition and your thoughts a little farther into the peaceful wilderness. The sun rose behind a curtain of soft white clouds. There would be no brilliant sunrise this morning. Instead, the light spread gently across the valley, turning the prairie into a sea of silver and pale green. The explorers packed their camp in comfortable silence. By now, every movement had become familiar: blankets, cooking pots, ropes, barrels, journals. Nothing was forgotten. Nothing was rushed. Soon the keelboat slipped quietly back into the Missouri. Dip, pull, lift, repeat. The river answered with its own gentle rhythm. Small waves touched the wooden hull. Cottonwood leaves whispered overhead. Somewhere in the distance, a loon called across the water. The sound lingered long after the bird had disappeared. By late morning, Clark noticed something unexpected. A thin line of smoke curled upward from the eastern shore, not from a village, not from a camp. Just a single chimney rising above the trees. Curious, the expedition guided the boats toward the bank. Hidden among tall cottonwoods stood a tiny log cabin. Its roof was covered with thick grass. A narrow footpath led to a small wooden porch. Outside sat an elderly man with a charcoal pencil in one hand and a sheet of worn paper spread across a rough wooden table. He looked up and smiled warmly. "Travelers," he said. "Been expecting someone eventually." Lewis stepped ashore and introduced himself. Old man nodded politely. "I'm no trader," he said. "No hunter either." "What brings you here?" Clark asked. The old man smiled. "I draw rivers." Lewis looked toward the table. Several maps lay carefully weighted beneath smooth stones. Some showed familiar sections of the Missouri, others contained winding streams that Lewis had never seen before. The old man's lines were graceful, almost artistic. Each river seemed alive. "You made these?" Lewis asked. "Many years." The old man gently rolled up one of the maps. "River changes every season. I keep drawing." Lewis smiled. "Then your work is never truly finished." "Exactly." The mapmaker seemed pleased that someone understood. Inside the small cabin, shelves overflowed with rolled maps tied neatly with leather cords. Some had faded with age, others looked almost new. There were no grand decorations, only maps, compasses, ink bottles, and stacks of journals. The smell of cedar wood filled the room. The old man poured warm herbal tea into simple clay cups. Its gentle aroma mixed with the scent of pine smoke drifting from the fireplace. Lewis examined one unfinished map. Near the upper edge appeared a faint pencil line. It was labeled only with a single word, "Unknown." Lewis looked up. "You left this unfinished." The old mapmaker nodded. "It should remain that way." "Why?" "Because no map should pretend to know everything." Lewis considered those words carefully. Maps often showed certainty, yet every explorer understood how much still remained beyond them. Perhaps the empty spaces were just as honest as the filled ones. Clark noticed another curious detail. Several maps showed tiny circles drawn beside certain rivers. "What do these mean?" The old man smiled. "They mark places where people stop to listen. River always tells you something, if you're patient enough." Lewis quietly laughed. "Met several people who seem to believe rivers can speak." Mapmaker folded his hands. "They do, with words." With time, room became pleasantly quiet. Outside, the Missouri flowed steadily past the cabin. The old man reached beneath the table and carefully unrolled one final map. It was older than the others. Its edges had become soft with age. Near the northwestern corner appeared a faint stream unlike any Lewis had seen before. There was no name, only a tiny drawing of drifting mist. Lewis looked closely. "Is this?" The old man gently shook his head. "I don't know. You drew it." "I copied it." "Whom?" "Someone older." "He copied it from someone older still." Lewis smiled. "So the map has traveled farther than the river." The old man laughed softly. "Perhaps." He carefully rolled the map closed again. "I have never claimed that stream exists. I have never crossed it out either." Lewis appreciated that answer. Good explorers rarely confused possibility with certainty. As afternoon arrived, the Corps of Discovery prepared to continue their journey. Before leaving, the old mapmaker handed Lewis a small folded piece of paper. Inside was a simple sketch of the Missouri. No measurements, no labels, only one sentence written beneath the winding river. Asterisk, "Follow the water with curious eyes but a peaceful heart." Asterisk. Lewis thanked him sincerely. He placed the sketch safely inside his journal. Some discoveries measured distance, others measured wisdom. The boats drifted away from the little cabin. Soon the smoke from its chimney disappeared behind the cottonwoods. Clark looked back one last time. "Wonder how long he'll stay there." Lewis smiled. "Perhaps as long as the river keeps changing." Evening settled quietly over the Missouri. The western sky glowed with soft orange light. A pair of pelicans glided low above the water before disappearing into the distance. The explorers made camp beside another peaceful bend. The fire crackled gently. The stars slowly appeared. Lewis opened his journal and copied the mapmaker's sentence onto a fresh page. Asterisk. "Follow the water with curious eyes but a peaceful heart." Asterisk. He looked toward the north. The ghost river remained unseen, but somehow it felt a little closer than yesterday, not because of miles traveled, but because every quiet conversation seemed to reveal another small piece of its story. The Missouri flowed steadily beneath the moon, patient, ancient, always moving, and so. Journey continued. Asterisk. End of part 14. Asterisk. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face, Part 15. The blue heron's been low again, my friend. Welcome back. The campfire has faded into glowing embers. A cool breeze moves softly through the cottonwood leaves. The Missouri River continues its timeless journey beneath a sky filled with countless stars. If your eyes have become heavy, simply let them rest. The expedition will keep moving, the river will keep flowing, and history will patiently wait for us. Long before the first hint of dawn, the night remained perfectly still. The moon hung low above the western hills, its reflection stretching across the Missouri like a ribbon of polished silver. One by one, the stars slowly faded as morning approached. The first bird to greet the new day was a blue heron. It landed gracefully upon a fallen tree near the riverbank. Without making a sound, it stood perfectly motionless. Watching, waiting, Lewis noticed the bird almost immediately. He admired its patience. Unlike many creatures, the heron never seemed to hurry. It trusted the river to bring what it needed. Lewis quietly wrote in his journal, *, perhaps wisdom sometimes looks like stillness. *. Breakfast was simple once again. Warm coffee, fresh bread. A little smoked fish left from the evening before. The men packed camp with the quiet confidence that comes from routine. Soon the familiar rhythm returned: dip, pull, lift, repeat. The Missouri accepted the boats as though it had been expecting them. Morning sunlight filtered gently through rows of towering cottonwood trees. Their leaves shimmered like tiny silver coins whenever the breeze touched them. The air smelled of fresh willow bark and damp earth. Everything felt calm, almost timeless. By mid-morning, the river curved around a wide, grassy point unlike any they had yet seen. Hundreds of blue herons gathered there. Some stood along the shoreline. Others rested high in the branches of ancient trees. Still more glided effortlessly across the water before settling once again. The entire bend seemed to belong to them. The explorers slowed their boats almost instinctively. No one wished to disturb the birds. Clark smiled. "I believe we've entered their kingdom." Lewis laughed quietly. "And they seem kind enough to let us visit." For nearly half an hour, the Corps of Discovery drifted silently through the bend. The only sounds were gentle wings brushing the air and the soft splash of the river against the boats. Not one heron appeared frightened. It was as though they understood that peaceful travelers meant no harm. Lewis carefully counted as many as he could. Eventually, he gave up. There were simply too many. Instead, he sketched one standing beside the water. Its long neck curved gracefully. Its reflection shimmered beneath it. A simple moment, yet one he hoped never to forget. Later that afternoon, the expedition reached a quiet meadow where hundreds of prairie dogs had built their underground homes. Tiny heads popped up from countless burrows. The little animals stood upright, watching the explorers with endless curiosity. One young soldier waved. Several prairie dogs immediately disappeared underground. Moments later, they cautiously peeked out again. The entire camp burst into gentle laughter. Even Lewis couldn't help smiling. "They appear just as curious about us as we are about them," Clark nodded. "Perhaps every traveler looks strange to someone." Lewis liked that thought. History often depends upon perspective. As the sun climbed higher, a gentle wind swept across the prairie. The tall grasses bent together like waves upon a quiet sea. Wildflowers nodded peacefully beneath the breeze. Butterflies drifted among them without any particular destination. The world seemed wonderfully content. The expedition stopped beside a cool spring bubbling from beneath a limestone hill. While the men refilled their water barrels, Lewis wandered a short distance away. There, half hidden beneath prairie grass, he found another small stone circle. Inside rested a single feather, bright blue, almost certainly from a heron. Lewis did not touch it. Instead, he quietly removed his hat for a brief moment before continuing on. Some places deserved quiet respect, even when their full meaning remained unknown. Toward evening, dark clouds gathered far beyond the western horizon, not threatening. Only peaceful summer clouds drifting across the endless sky. A light shower followed. Tiny raindrops rippled the Missouri into thousands of perfect circles. The rain lasted only a few minutes. When it ended, every leaf sparkled beneath the returning sunlight. A rainbow slowly appeared above the prairie. Its colors reflected softly upon the river. The explorers paused to admire it. No one reached for words. Silence felt more appropriate. Some beauty becomes smaller when explained. Night returned gently. The campfire glowed beneath another sky filled with stars. Lewis sat quietly beside the water, holding the smooth gray stone the village elder had given him weeks earlier. Nearby rested the crystal-covered pebble, the small wooden flute, and now, a single sketch of the blue heron carefully tucked inside his journal. He smiled. None of these objects would help the expedition travel faster. None would make the river easier to navigate. Yet somehow, they had become the true treasures of the journey, not because they were valuable, but because they reminded him to notice the world, far beyond the next 100 bends, wrapped in quiet mist and old stories. The Ghost River continued flowing through the imagination of every traveler who had heard its name. Whether it was real, or simply another way of describing the quiet mysteries of nature, Lewis still could not say, and perhaps he no longer felt the need to know. The Missouri whispered softly beneath the moon, the stars turned slowly overhead, the fire settled into glowing embers. Tomorrow, the journey would continue once again, one peaceful mile, one quiet sunrise, one gentle story at a time. End of part 15. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face, part 16. The Bell of the Silent Valley. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. The river is still flowing. The campfire is warm. And the stars continue their quiet journey across the endless sky. If you've been with the core of Discovery since the beginning, you've probably noticed something. The farther they travel, the less they speak, not because there is less to say, but because the wilderness quietly teaches that not every beautiful moment requires words. So tonight, we follow the Missouri a little farther, into another peaceful valley, another forgotten story, another gentle mystery. The dawn arrived beneath soft gray clouds. The air smelled of rain, though none had yet fallen. A gentle breeze moved through the cottonwoods, filling the valley with their familiar whispering sound. Lewis stepped outside his tent and listened. The river flowed steadily. A robin sang from somewhere nearby. Far overhead, a hawk drifted effortlessly across the brightening sky. Everything felt wonderfully ordinary, and Lewis had come to appreciate ordinary mornings. They often became extraordinary only after many years had passed. Breakfast was warm and simple: coffee, cornmeal cakes, fresh berries gathered the evening before. The men packed camp with practiced hands. Soon the familiar rhythm returned. Dip, pull, lift, repeat. The Missouri welcomed them once again. Its surface reflected the cloudy morning sky like polished steel. As the expedition rounded another broad bend, the landscape slowly changed. Low rolling hills rose gently on both sides of the river. The valley narrowed. The water became calmer, almost perfectly smooth. Clark unfolded his map. This place wasn't mentioned by the traders. Lewis smiled. Then we'll have the pleasure of describing it. By late morning, they entered one of the quietest valleys they had yet encountered. The wind faded. Birdsong became strangely distant. Even the splash of the oars sounded softer than usual. No one found the silence frightening, only unusual. The voyageurs instinctively lowered their voices. It felt as though the valley itself preferred quiet company. Halfway through the narrow passage, the expedition heard something unexpected. A faint ringing sound, clear, gentle, almost like the distant ringing of a tiny bell. The men stopped rowing. The boats drifted slowly with the current. Again, the sound returned, one soft note, then silence. Clark looked toward the rocky cliffs. Did everyone hear that? Several men nodded. Lewis listened carefully. Another gentle ring floated across the valley, not loud, not echoing, simply there. The interpreter smiled quietly. Heard stories. Lewis looked toward him. What kind of stories? Some elders called this the Valley of Listening. Why? They believed certain stones sang when the wind passed through them. Lewis glanced toward the cliffs. The breeze was almost impossible to feel, yet perhaps, high above, the wind still wandered through hidden cracks in the ancient limestone. Nature often created music without anyone noticing. Lewis carefully wrote in his journal, asterisk. Soft ringing was heard several times while passing through a narrow valley. The source remains uncertain, though natural causes seem likely. Asterisk, he preferred careful honesty. The mystery was interesting enough without exaggeration. By afternoon, the valley widened once again. The familiar prairie returned. Birds resumed their cheerful songs. The wind brushed gently across the tall grass. It almost felt as though the wilderness had taken a deep breath. The younger soldiers began speaking normally again. One laughed. I didn't realize how quiet we'd become. Clark smiled. Perhaps the valley asked us to listen. Lewis nodded. And perhaps we actually did. Later that day, they discovered a small stream flowing into the Missouri. The water was wonderfully clear, smooth stones covered its bottom. Tiny trout darted between patches of waving green plants. Lewis knelt beside the stream. He dipped one hand into the cool water. It was colder than the Missouri, fresh from distant hills. The expedition rested there for nearly an hour. Some men repaired clothing, others sharpened tools. One voyager quietly carved a small bird from a piece of driftwood. No one hurried. The afternoon seemed perfectly content to unfold at its own pace. As sunset approached, the explorers found another peaceful campsite overlooking the river. The western sky slowly changed from pale gold to deep orange. Clouds drifted lazily overhead. A pair of pelicans crossed the glowing horizon before disappearing into the evening light. Dinner was peaceful, the conversation even more so. After the meal, Lewis walked a short distance away from the fire. He reached into his pocket, the smooth gray stone, the crystal-covered pebble, the folded sketch from the old mapmaker, the little wooden flute. Each object had become part of the journey, not because they explained the Ghost River, but because they reminded him that every day offered something worth noticing. A bird, a flower, a quiet story, a stranger's wisdom, a valley that seemed to sing. Perhaps exploration was not only about finding new places. Perhaps it was also about learning how to see familiar things more clearly. Night settled softly across the prairie. The moon rose above the eastern hills. Its reflection shimmered upon the Missouri like a pathway made of silver. Lewis played one gentle note upon the little wooden flute. The sound drifted across the water, then disappeared into the peaceful darkness, somewhere far beyond the next 100 winding miles, hidden beneath mist, remembered by storytellers. Marked only on old maps with uncertain lines, the Ghost River continued its endless journey, patient, quiet, waiting not for those who hurried toward it, but perhaps for those who had finally learned how to listen. End of Part 16. The Ghost River, the untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition, boring history for sleeping face. Part 17. The island of whispering grass. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back to our quiet journey. The Missouri is flowing gently beneath the morning sky. The campfire has faded into warm gray ashes. The birds are beginning another peaceful chorus. And somewhere beyond the next gentle bend, history is waiting for us once again. Take one slow breath, then another. There is nowhere else you need to be. Tonight, we continue our gentle voyage into the heart of the American wilderness. The sunrise arrived softly. Golden light slowly spread across the river until every ripple sparkled like polished glass. A light mist drifted close to the surface of the water before quietly disappearing into the warming air. The core of Discovery packed their camp with the calm confidence that now came naturally. No shouted orders, no unnecessary noise. Only the familiar sounds of wooden barrels, neatly folded blankets, and the gentle splash of water against the boats. Lewis smiled to himself. The expedition had become almost like the river, steady, patient, always moving. By mid-morning, the Missouri divided around a long, narrow island. Tall cottonwoods grew along its edges. The center was covered with waist-high prairie grass that moved constantly in the gentle breeze. Clark studied the current. The western channel looks calmer. Lewis nodded. We'll take that one. Boats drifted quietly beside the island. Almost immediately, everyone noticed something unusual. The grass never stopped moving, even when the wind seemed to disappear completely. The tall green blades continued swaying gently. One voyager frowned thoughtfully. That's curious. Lewis watched for several minutes, then he smiled. Air is probably still moving above us. The trees simply hide it. Nature often appeared mysterious until one looked a little closer still. The sight remained strangely beautiful. The island seemed alive, as though the grass itself were breathing. Several white-tailed deer emerged cautiously from the trees. They watched the passing boats without alarm. A pair of young fawns remained close beside their mother. For a few quiet moments, humans and wildlife simply shared the same peaceful morning. Then, with graceful steps, the deer disappeared once again among the whispering grass. Lewis carefully sketched the scene inside his journal. He no longer worried about capturing every detail perfectly. Sometimes a simple drawing preserved a memory better than many pages of words. Near the northern tip of the island, the explorers came ashore to stretch their legs. The ground was soft beneath their boots. Wild mint filled the air with its cool fragrance. Bright yellow butterflies drifted lazily from flower to flower. Everything felt wonderfully calm. As Lewis wandered farther inland, he discovered something unexpected: a narrow footpath. Not wide enough for wagons, only for people walking quietly through the tall grass. The trail curved gently toward the center of the island before disappearing among the trees. Clark joined him. "Do you think it's still used?" The interpreter knelt to examine the earth. "The footprints are old, not forgotten." Lewis liked that answer. Some paths remained important even after many seasons had passed, not because people still traveled them every day, but because they remembered where they led. The expedition followed the trail only a short distance. Soon they reached a small open meadow. At its center stood a single flat stone, smooth, weathered, perfectly ordinary, yet someone had placed fresh wildflowers upon it. Lewis looked around quietly. No one else appeared nearby. The flowers were still bright. Someone had visited recently. The interpreter removed his hat. A place of remembrance. Lewis nodded respectfully. Without another word, the explorers quietly turned back toward the boats. Not every place needed to be explored. Some simply deserved to be honored. By afternoon, the island lay behind them. The Missouri became wider once again. The breeze strengthened just enough to ripple the water into countless tiny waves. A flock of Canada geese crossed the bright blue sky. Their familiar calls echoed gently across the open prairie. The younger soldiers watched until the birds disappeared beyond the horizon. One smiled. "I wonder where they're going." Lewis laughed softly. "Probably asking the same question about us." Everyone chuckled. The river seemed a little lighter after that. Toward evening, the expedition discovered another quiet campsite beside a shallow creek. The water flowed over smooth pebbles with a soft, soothing sound. Several men caught trout while others gathered dry branches for the evening fire. Supper was simple: fresh fish, warm bread, wild onions roasted beside the coals. The meal tasted wonderful after another long day upon the water. As darkness settled across the valley, the stars appeared one by one. Lewis sat beside the creek rather than the campfire. He listened carefully. The gentle flow of the stream, the distant murmur of the Missouri, the whisper of tall prairie grass moving in the evening breeze, three quiet voices, each telling the same story in a different way. The smooth gray stone rested comfortably inside his pocket. The little wooden flute lay beside him. He thought about the island, the moving grass, the forgotten trail. The flowers resting quietly upon the flat stone. Perhaps every journey left behind invisible footprints, not upon the earth, but within memory itself, far beyond the western horizon, beyond rivers still unnamed, beyond valleys hidden beneath morning mist. The ghost river flowed patiently onward, not asking to be found, only waiting, as rivers have always waited, calm, silent, timeless, and with another peaceful sunset behind them. The core of discovery continued ever closer to the quiet mystery that had already begun changing them in ways they scarcely understood. End of Part 17. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face Part 18. The Lantern Beneath the Stars. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. The Missouri River is quiet tonight. The air is cool. The prairie stretches endlessly beneath a sky sprinkled with thousands of patient stars. If sleep is beginning to find you, simply let it. The expedition has nowhere to rush. The river has nowhere to hurry. History can wait while you rest. So let us drift a little farther upstream, one calm mile, one gentle breath at a time. The morning began beneath a sky washed in soft shades of pale blue. The sunrise was hidden behind thin clouds, leaving the valley wrapped in gentle silver light. Tiny beads of dew covered every blade of grass. Spiderwebs stretched between wildflowers, each thread sparkling like strands of crystal. Lewis paused to admire one particularly large web. Its perfect circles glistened quietly in the morning light. He smiled. Nature often created masterpieces that lasted only a few hours. By afternoon, the wind would carry them away, yet perhaps that made them even more beautiful. Breakfast came and went in peaceful routine. Warm coffee steamed into the cool air, fresh bread baked beside the fire, the horses were watered, the boats were checked. Soon the core of discovery pushed gently into the Missouri once more. Dip, pull, lift, repeat. The rhythm had become as natural as breathing. No one counted the strokes anymore. The river itself seemed to keep time. By late morning, the landscape changed again. The towering cottonwoods slowly gave way to scattered groves of willow and elm. The prairie opened wide in every direction. Far away, herds of bison moved like tiny dark shadows across the rolling hills. Above them, a bald eagle circled effortlessly, riding warm currents of air without flapping its wings. Clark shaded his eyes. It never seems to tire. Lewis nodded. It lets the wind do most of the work. He quietly added another thought to his journal. Nature often chooses efficiency over effort. It was a lesson worth remembering. Near midday, the explorers reached a stretch of river where the water became remarkably clear. For the first time in many days, they could easily see smooth stones resting on the riverbed. Small fish darted between patches of waving green plants. Sunlight danced beneath the surface, creating shifting patterns of gold and silver. One young soldier leaned over the side of the boat. "It looks like another world down there." Lewis smiled. "In many ways, it is." He wondered how many lives unfolded beneath the water, unseen by those traveling above it. The Missouri carried more stories than any journal could ever hold. During the afternoon, the wind fell completely silent. Not a single leaf moved. The river became almost perfectly smooth. The boat seemed to glide through polished glass. Even the birds appeared quieter than usual. One voyager whispered, "It feels as though the whole world is resting." No one disagreed. There was a peaceful stillness that settled over the expedition. No one felt the need to break it. As evening approached, the explorers found a campsite beside a low bluff overlooking the Missouri. The western sky glowed with soft amber light. Clouds slowly turned shades of rose and violet. After supper, while most of the men rested around the fire, Lewis climbed the bluff alone. From its summit, he could see the river winding through the prairie for miles in both directions. The sunset faded. Twilight arrived. Then one by one, the stars awakened. The Milky Way stretched overhead like a bright river flowing across the heavens. Lewis sat quietly upon a smooth stone. Far below, the campfire looked no larger than a tiny lantern. Its warm light flickered gently beside the vast darkness. He realized something. Every campsite they had built, every fire they had lit, had become a small point of light within an enormous wilderness. Perhaps that was enough. No traveler needed to illuminate the entire world. Sometimes, lighting one small corner was all that was required. Later that night, Lewis returned to camp carrying a small glass lantern that one of the voyageurs had carefully repaired earlier in the journey. The lantern's flame burned softly, not bright enough to disturb the peaceful darkness, only bright enough to guide careful footsteps. Clark looked up and smiled. "It almost looks lonely." Lewis gently shook his head. "Don't think so." He placed the lantern beside the river. Its reflection shimmered upon the calm water, one light above, one light below. For a moment it seemed as though two lanterns quietly watched over the sleeping camp. The interpreter noticed the reflection. Elders sometimes said that rivers borrow the stars. Lewis looked toward the water. "And tonight," he smiled softly, "perhaps they borrowed our lantern too." No one spoke after that. There was nothing left to add. The fire settled into glowing embers. The lantern continued burning peacefully. The Missouri carried its reflection downstream, somewhere far beyond the reach of that gentle light, beyond the next 100 quiet bends, beyond valleys still untouched by maps. The ghost river continued its endless journey, waiting, listening, flowing beneath the same stars that now watched over the weary explorers. And with every sunrise, the core of discovery moved another peaceful day closer to the quiet truth hidden within its timeless waters. End of Part 18. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face Part 19. The Forgotten Crossing. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. The fire has become a bed of warm, glowing coals. The lantern beside the river has gone dark, its purpose fulfilled until another evening. Above us, the stars continue their slow journey across the sky, just as they did for countless generations before Lewis and Clark ever set foot upon these waters. The Missouri flows patiently. It has never hurried for anyone. Tonight, neither will we. Close your eyes if you wish, simply listen. The river remembers the way. Before dawn, a cool wind arrived from the northwest. It carried the clean scent of distant rain and fresh prairie grass. The camp remained quiet. Only the soft breathing of sleeping men and the occasional crackle of the dying fire disturbed the silence. Lewis was already awake. He had developed the habit of greeting each sunrise before anyone else. Stepping carefully beyond the camp, he watched the eastern horizon slowly brighten. The first color was not gold. It was a gentle shade of pale lavender. Then came silver. Only afterward did warm amber light begin spilling across the river. Every sunrise seemed different. Yet every sunrise somehow felt familiar. Lewis often wondered how many people had stood upon these same banks over thousands of years, watching the same peaceful beginning to another day. Perhaps far more than history could ever count. After breakfast, the expedition continued upstream. Dip, pull, lift, repeat. The rhythm echoed softly through the cool morning air. The Missouri curved steadily northward, winding through broad meadows where morning dew still shimmered upon the grass. Large flocks of ducks rested quietly along the shoreline. As the boats approached, they lifted gracefully into the sky together. Hundreds of wings beat the air in perfect harmony. For several moments, the only sound was the gentle rushing of feathers. Lewis watched until they disappeared into the distance. Nature seemed to understand cooperation without needing commands. Late that morning, the interpreter pointed toward a narrow stretch of the river. Water becomes shallow there. Current slowed. Smooth stones could be seen just beneath the surface. The explorers guided their boats carefully. Then Clark noticed something curious. Rows of flat rocks stretched from one bank almost to the other, not randomly scattered, placed with surprising regularity. Lewis stepped into the cool, knee-deep water for a closer look. Many of the stones were worn smooth by countless years beneath the current, yet their arrangement seemed too deliberate to be entirely natural. The interpreter smiled. A very old crossing. Lewis looked thoughtfully across the river. For people on foot, yes, when the water was lower. He imagined families crossing here long before written maps existed, hunters carrying bows, children laughing as they splashed through the shallows, elders walking slowly with staffs carved from ash wood. Travelers greeting one another beneath open skis. The Missouri had connected people for centuries, not separated them. Lewis carefully wrote in his journal, * evidence of an ancient ford, likely used for generations before our arrival. * he chose his words carefully. This was not something they had discovered. It was something they had been fortunate enough to witness. The expedition rested nearby while repairs were made to one of the paddles. Lewis wandered quietly along the shore. Near the water's edge grew clusters of bright purple asters. Honeybees drifted lazily among the blossoms. A painted turtle rested upon a warm rock, completely undisturbed by the passing explorers. The peaceful little scene felt complete. Nothing seemed out of place. He sat for several minutes without writing a single word. Sometimes observation was enough. Not every beautiful moment needed to become a sentence. Afternoon, soft white clouds covered much of the sky. The sunlight became gentle. The air pleasantly cool. One of the voyageurs began telling stories from his childhood in French Canada. Though not everyone understood every word, his cheerful voice carried easily across the boats. Laughter drifted over the river. Even Lewis, usually absorbed in his journal, closed the notebook and simply listened. Stories, he realized, did not always need perfect translation. Kindness often translated itself. As evening approached, the Corps of Discovery reached a grassy hillside overlooking a wide bend in the Missouri. The campsite offered fresh water from a nearby spring and a clear view of the western horizon. After supper, Clark unfolded his growing map once again. He studied the twisting blue line of the river. It never seems to travel straight. Lewis smiled. Neither do the best stories. Clark laughed softly. Suppose that's true. If rivers always flowed in straight lines, there would be no hidden valleys, no quiet islands, no forgotten crossings, and perhaps no ghost river. Darkness settled gently across the prairie. The stars emerged one by one. A crescent moon hung low above the eastern hills. Its reflection shimmered softly across the slow-moving water. Lewis removed the smooth gray stone from his pocket. Beside it lay the crystal pebble, the folded mapmaker's sketch. The little wooden flute, Each object had arrived unexpectedly. None could be planned. Perhaps that was another lesson the Missouri quietly offered. The greatest gifts of any journey are rarely the ones we set out to find, far beyond the next bend, beyond the whispering grass, beyond valleys where stones seemed to sing. The ghost river flowed unseen beneath the same peaceful sky, not hidden by magic, but by time and perhaps by the simple truth that some places reveal themselves only to those who have learned to travel with patience, humility, and wonder. The Missouri whispered softly through the night. The campfire faded into glowing embers. And another quiet day became part of the expedition's long and unforgettable story. End of Part 19. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face, Part 20. The Meadow of Fireflies. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back to the gentle waters of the Missouri. The stars are still shining overhead. The prairie sleeps beneath a cool blanket of night. And somewhere far beyond the horizon, another peaceful morning is already making its slow and patient journey toward the expedition. There is no need to hurry. The river has never hurried. Simply continues, day after day, season after season, century after century. Tonight we continue with it. The first light of dawn arrived quietly. Thin ribbons of mist floated just above the Missouri, drifting slowly with the current. The eastern sky glowed with pale pink and soft gold. Every blade of prairie grass carried a tiny drop of dew. When the sunlight finally reached them, the meadow sparkled as though scattered with thousands of tiny diamonds. Lewis stepped away from camp carrying only his journal. The morning air was wonderfully cool. He breathed deeply, fresh earth, willow leaves, wild mint. The river always seemed to have its own gentle fragrance, a fragrance that changed with every season. He wondered if he would remember it years from now. Perhaps not exactly, but he hoped he would remember how peaceful it made him feel. Breakfast was shared quietly. The men had grown accustomed to silence during the early hours. Warm coffee steamed from tin cups, fresh cornbread baked beside the fire. A little dried venison completed the meal. Soon the familiar work began. The ropes were untied. The boats eased into the current, dip, pull, lift, repeat. The rhythm had become almost musical. The splash of each oar blended with bird song and the gentle whisper of the breeze. It was impossible to say where one sound ended and another began. By late morning, the expedition entered a broad valley unlike any they had yet crossed. Wildflowers stretched across the prairie in every direction. Blue lupins, golden coreopsis, white daisies, scarlet Indian paintbrush. The colors blended together like a vast natural quilt. Butterflies floated lazily above the blossoms. Honeybees hummed from flower to flower. A family of rabbits darted through the tall grass before disappearing into a patch of wild roses. Clark looked across the valley and smiled. It almost feels untouched. Lewis nodded. Perhaps because it has been loved rather than changed. Interpreter quietly agreed. Many native families had traveled through these meadows for generations, gathering plants, following seasonal game, and respecting the land without trying to reshape it. Lewis carefully recorded several native plants in his notebook, making sure to note the knowledge shared with him. He believed that local wisdom deserved as much respect as scientific observation. The afternoon passed peacefully. Clouds drifted lazily overhead. The breeze remained gentle. At one point, a small group of river otters appeared near the boats. They surfaced together, blinking curiously at the strange wooden vessels. One rolled playfully into the water. Another floated on its back while nibbling a freshly caught fish. The younger soldiers laughed softly. The otters seemed almost amused by their visitors. Lewis watched them with quiet delight. He wrote only one sentence. Asterisk, joy exists in the wilderness without needing a reason. Asterisk. As sunset approached, the expedition found a campsite beside a wide open meadow. A narrow stream flowed gently into the Missouri nearby. The grass was soft beneath their boots. The horses grazed peacefully while the men prepared supper. That evening, after the last light faded from the western sky, something extraordinary happened. Tiny lights began appearing across the meadow, one, then another, then dozens, then hundreds. Soon the entire field shimmered with thousands of glowing fireflies. They floated silently above the grass. Their gentle lights blinked on and off like tiny stars that had drifted down from the heavens. No one spoke. Even the most talkative voyagers simply watched. The fireflies moved slowly, never in a hurry. Some drifted close to the river. Others rose toward the trees before disappearing into the darkness. Their quiet dance continued for nearly an hour. Lewis sat at the edge of the meadow with his journal closed beside him. For once, he made no sketches, no measurements, no notes. Some moments deserved to remain exactly as they were, not captured, simply remembered. Clark eventually sat beside him. "Seen fireflies before," he whispered, "but never like this." Lewis smiled without looking away. "Have I?" The two friends watched in silence as the meadow continued to glow. It reminded Lewis of the night sky, only this time the stars had chosen to visit the earth. Much later, after the campfire had burned low, the last few fireflies still floated quietly through the darkness. Lewis reached into his pocket and touched the smooth gray stone. He thought about the old ferryman, the mapmaker, the whispering grass, the singing valley, the forgotten crossing. Each place had offered a lesson. None had revealed the ghost river. Yet somehow, every peaceful day seemed to bring him closer to understanding why people kept searching. Perhaps the greatest mystery was not hidden somewhere beyond the next bend. Perhaps it was hidden within the journey itself. The Missouri flowed gently beneath the moon. The stars watched from above. The meadow glowed with its tiny living lights. And somewhere beyond countless quiet miles, the ghost river continued its patient course, waiting, not to surprise those who searched for it, but to welcome those who had learned to slow down enough to truly see the world around them. End of part 20. The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition, boring history for sleeping face part 21. The windmill without wind. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back to the Missouri River. The fire has settled into glowing embers. The meadow of fireflies now rests beneath the quiet stars, while the core of discovery prepares for another peaceful day upon the water. As always, there is nowhere we need to rush. The river has already been here for thousands of years. It is perfectly content to wait for us, so let your thoughts become as gentle as the current. Allow every breath to grow a little slower, and together we continue upstream. The morning opened beneath a sky of soft pearl gray clouds. No rain fell. Instead, a cool breeze drifted lazily over the prairie, carrying the sweet scent of wild sage and blooming clover. The camp slowly awakened. Someone stirred the morning fire. Coffee began to simmer inside a black iron pot. Nearby, one of the horses quietly nickered before returning to its breakfast of fresh grass. Lewis stood beside the Missouri with his notebook closed beneath one arm. Today, he decided not to write immediately. Instead, he simply listened. The distant call of a meadowlark, the gentle splash of water against the boats, the whisper of reeds along the shoreline. Sometimes he believed listening was its own form of study. After breakfast, the familiar rhythm returned: dip, pull, lift, repeat. The oars entered the river together, their movements smooth from months of practice. The Missouri curved through broad meadows dotted with patches of yellow wildflowers. A light mist lingered in the lowest places, slowly disappearing beneath the warming sun. By mid-morning, the expedition noticed something unusual upon a distant hill. At first, Clark thought it was a lonely tree. As they drew closer, its shape became clearer. It resembled a simple wooden windmill, yet no sails turned. In fact, there were no sails at all. Only a tall wooden frame standing quietly against the sky. Curious, Lewis guided a small party ashore. The climb up the hill was gentle. Prairie grasses brushed softly against their boots. At the summit stood the weathered structure. It was old, very old. The wood had faded to a soft silver gray after countless seasons beneath the sun. Lewis examined it carefully. "It isn't a windmill," he said after a few moments. Clark smiled. "It certainly wanted us to think so." Interpreter walked slowly around it. "My grandfather once spoke of places like this." Lewis looked toward him. "What was it?" "A lookout." Interpreter pointed across the endless prairie. From here, travelers could watch for weather, animals, or visitors many miles away. Lewis nodded thoughtfully. Without trees to block the view, the hill offered an extraordinary panorama. One could see the Missouri winding across the land like a polished ribbon. Herds of bison grazed in the distance. Cloud shadows drifted slowly across the rolling hills. The old wooden frame had never captured the wind. Instead, it had quietly watched over the prairie, perhaps for generations. Lewis rested one hand against the weathered timber. The wood felt warm beneath the morning sun. He imagined the countless seasons it had witnessed: snowstorms, spring floods, summer birds, autumn migrations. The structure itself said nothing, yet it had observed everything. Clark quietly laughed. "It reminds me of your journals." Lewis raised an eyebrow. "So, they don't speak. They simply remember," Lewis smiled. "Accept that compliment." Afternoon, the expedition returned to the river. The boat slipped once again into the current. Dip, pull, lift, repeat. A gentle tailwind cooled the warm afternoon air. Several pelicans glided low above the water, barely touching the surface with their wingtips. The explorers watched them disappear around another broad bend. One voyageur quietly remarked, "Even birds seem to know where they're going." Lewis looked toward the winding river. "I wonder if they ever feel lost." Interpreter answered softly, "Perhaps only people ask that question." No one replied. The thought drifted gently across the boats like the breeze itself. Toward evening, the core of Discovery reached a peaceful stretch of shoreline where clusters of wild plum trees grew beside the river. Though most of the fruit was still ripening, the trees cast welcome shade across the camp. While supper cooked, Lewis wandered among them. He found an old feather resting upon the ground, large, white, almost certainly from a pelican. He carefully tucked it inside his journal beside the pressed prairie rose from many days earlier. The pages were becoming more than scientific notes. They were becoming memories. Night arrived slowly. The prairie cooled. Crickets began their gentle evening chorus. The stars appeared one by one until the heavens seemed brighter than the earth below. Lewis sat quietly beside the river. The smooth gray stone rested in one hand. The old mapmaker's sketch remained safely folded inside his journal. The little wooden flute lay across his knees. He realized that none of these objects explained the ghost river. Yet every one of them reminded him to travel differently, to notice, to listen, to appreciate. Perhaps that was the true purpose of every great journey. Not merely to discover new places, but to become a new traveler far beyond the northern horizon, beyond valleys wrapped in morning mist, beyond rivers drawn only on forgotten maps. The ghost river flowed silently through the wilderness, patient, ancient, never asking to be believed, only asking to be approached with an open heart. The Missouri whispered gently beneath the moon. The campfire faded into glowing coals. And another peaceful day became part of the long, quiet story that would one day be remembered as one of America's greatest expeditions. End of Part 21. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition. Boring History for Sleeping Face Part 22. The Mirror Lake Beyond the Bend. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. The Missouri River continues its timeless journey beneath a sky slowly brightening with another peaceful dawn. The camp is quiet, the coffee is warm. The prairie is still wrapped in cool morning air. If sleep has already begun to find you, let it. The story will continue flowing gently, just as the river always has. There is nothing to remember, nothing to solve, only another calm day upon the water. Before sunrise, Lewis awoke to an unusual silence. Not the silence of emptiness, the silence of expectation. The breeze had completely disappeared. The cottonwood leaves hung perfectly still. Even the river seemed calmer than usual. He stepped toward the shoreline carrying only his journal and watched the eastern horizon slowly brighten. A single star still remained above the western hills. Within minutes, it too faded into the growing light. Lewis smiled. Some departures were so gentle that hardly anyone noticed them. The core of Discovery shared another simple breakfast: warm coffee, fresh bread, a handful of dried berries. The horses grazed quietly while the boats were loaded for another day upstream. Soon the familiar rhythm returned: dip, pull, lift, repeat. The Missouri carried them northward beneath a sky painted with thin white clouds. Birds crossed overhead in graceful lines. A family of beavers swam quietly near the bank before disappearing beneath the surface. Everything felt wonderfully ordinary. Lewis had learned that ordinary days often became the most treasured memories. By late morning, the river curved sharply around a line of limestone bluffs. As the boats rounded the bend, everyone paused. Off to the eastern side lay a broad, perfectly still lake connected to the Missouri by a narrow natural channel. Its surface reflected the sky with astonishing clarity. Not a single ripple disturbed the water. Clouds floated upon it. Birds seemed to fly beneath it. The trees along the shore appeared twice. Once above, once below, Clark whispered, "It looks like polished glass." Lewis nodded. "Or another sky." The explorers guided the boats through the narrow channel into the quiet lake. The difference was immediate. The current disappeared. The air became perfectly still. The water reflected every movement with remarkable precision. One voyager dipped his paddle gently into the lake. Tiny circles spread outward. Within moments, the surface became smooth once again. Lewis laughed softly. Lake prefers calm. A core of discovery rested there through the warm afternoon. Several men repaired clothing beneath the shade of tall cottonwoods. Others gathered driftwood for the evening fire. Lewis walked slowly around the shoreline. He found white water lilies blooming near the reeds. Dragonflies shimmered above them like tiny blue jewels. A great blue heron stood motionless in the shallows, watching patiently for fish. The lake seemed to reward stillness. The quieter one became, the more life appeared. Lewis remained seated upon a smooth stone for nearly half an hour without writing a single word. Eventually, he opened his journal and simply wrote *, "Still water often reflects more than moving water." It was not only an observation about the lake, it was also about people. Late in the afternoon, the interpreter pointed toward the far shore. There. At first, Lewis saw only trees. Then he noticed a weathered wooden bench beneath an ancient oak. No nearby cabin, no road, no village, just one solitary bench facing the quiet lake. Clark smiled. "I wonder who built it." Interpreter shrugged gently. "Perhaps someone who enjoyed sunsets." Lewis laughed. "That's reason enough." No one crossed the lake to investigate. Some mysteries became more beautiful when left untouched. Instead, they admired the simple little bench from across the still water. It seemed perfectly at home beneath the old tree, waiting patiently for the next traveler who wished only to sit quietly for a while. As evening arrived, the sunset transformed the lake into a mirror of gold and crimson. The clouds reflected perfectly upon the calm surface. The entire world seemed upside down, sky below, water above, light everywhere. The explorers prepared supper beside the shore. Fresh fish cooked slowly over glowing coals. The smell of cedar smoke drifted gently across the lake. One voyager quietly played the little wooden flute that Lewis had once found beside the river. Its gentle melody floated over the still water. The notes lingered much longer than expected, almost as though the lake itself wished to hold them for a little while. No one interrupted the music. The peaceful evening needed nothing more. After darkness settled across the valley, the stars appeared above then, one by one. They appeared below as well. The lake reflected the heavens with such clarity that it became difficult to tell where the earth ended and the sky began. Lewis looked down into the water. It felt almost as though he were gazing into another world. He slipped the smooth gray stone back into his pocket. He thought of the old ferryman, the mapmaker, the whispering island, the meadow of fireflies, the forgotten crossing. Every place had quietly changed him. Perhaps the ghost river was doing its work already, not by revealing itself, but by teaching every traveler to notice the quiet beauty hidden within ordinary days. The campfire burned softly beside the shore. The mirror-like lake reflected every star. The Missouri waited patiently beyond the narrow channel. And somewhere farther north, beyond rivers known only through stories, beyond valleys hidden beneath silver morning mist, the ghost river continued its peaceful journey, always flowing, always waiting, always reminding those who traveled slowly that sometimes the greatest discoveries are not found in distant places, but in the quiet moments we almost overlook. End of part 22. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face, Part 23. The Three Ancient Oaks. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back to the Missouri River. The camp beside the mirror-like lake has grown quiet. Only a few glowing embers remain where last night's fire once danced. The stars are fading. A new day is preparing to unfold. As always, there is nowhere to hurry. The river has already waited thousands of years. It can wait for us too. So settle in, breathe slowly, and let the current carry us a little farther into history. Before sunrise, a gentle mist rested upon the mirror lake. The water reflected the pale gray sky so perfectly that the horizon almost disappeared. Lewis stood quietly on the shoreline. He watched as a family of ducks glided through the mist, leaving delicate trails behind them. Within moments, the water became perfectly still again. It was as though the lake gently erased every passing mark. Lewis found that strangely comforting. Not every footprint needed to remain forever. Some were meant only for the moment. After breakfast, the Corps of Discovery thanked the peaceful lake with one final glance before guiding their boats back through the narrow channel into the Missouri. The familiar current welcomed them once again. Dip, pull, lift, repeat. The sound of the oars blended with birdsong drifting from the cottonwood groves. The breeze returned, carrying the sweet fragrance of blooming prairie flowers. The river felt alive once more. By late morning, Clark noticed 3 enormous oak trees standing together upon a grassy hill overlooking the river. They were unlike any others nearby. Their trunks were wide and deeply furrowed. Their branches stretched toward the sky with quiet strength. Even from the river, they seemed ancient. Curious, the expedition guided the boats ashore. The climb to the hilltop was gentle. Prairie grasses swayed softly around their boots. Wildflowers nodded in the warm breeze. When Lewis finally reached the first oak, he rested his hand against its bark. The tree felt solid, steady, timeless. "Wonder how old they are," one of the voyageurs whispered. Lewis looked up through the branches. "Older than any map we carry." Interpreter smiled. "Elders called them the 3 guardians." Clark raised an eyebrow. "Why? They stood here long before our grandfathers." "Perhaps." He looked up at the spreading branches. "They will still stand long after our grandchildren." Lewis liked that thought. History often measured people by years. Nature measured itself by centuries. The explorers rested beneath the shade of the great trees. The cool air beneath the branches felt refreshing after the warm climb. Squirrels chased one another along the limbs high above. A red-headed woodpecker tapped gently against one of the trunks. Tiny wild violets grew in patches around the roots. Everything seemed peaceful. Lewis opened his journal. Instead of recording measurements, he drew the 3 trees standing together against the open sky. Sometimes a sketch carried a feeling that words could not. While exploring the hillside, Clark noticed something half hidden beneath a layer of fallen leaves. It was a flat stone carved with several simple lines, not letters, not numbers, only graceful patterns. The interpreter knelt quietly beside it. "This is very old," Lewis asked softly. "Do the markings mean anything?" The interpreter smiled. "Perhaps. Or perhaps they simply remind people that others stood here before them." Lewis nodded. That alone seemed meaningful enough. The stone remained exactly where it had rested for countless seasons. No one attempted to move it. Some parts of history belonged to the land itself. By afternoon, the expedition continued its journey. The 3 ancient oaks slowly disappeared behind the rolling hills, yet their quiet presence lingered in everyone's thoughts. One young soldier finally spoke. "Never thought much about trees before," Clark laughed gently. "I suspect you will now," Lewis smiled. "Some teachers never say a single word." Later that day, soft rain began falling across the prairie, not a storm, only a light summer shower. The raindrops tapped softly upon hats, coats, and the surface of the Missouri. Within minutes, the entire landscape smelled wonderfully fresh. The grasses shimmered, the leaves sparkled, even the river seemed brighter. As quickly as the rain had arrived, it drifted away. A rainbow stretched across the eastern sky. Its reflection briefly appeared upon the calm water. The explorers paused to admire it. No one spoke. There was no need. Beauty often preferred silence. That evening, the Corps of Discovery made camp beside another gentle bend in the Missouri. The campfire crackled softly beneath a sky slowly filling with stars. Lewis removed the smooth gray stone from his pocket. Beside it lay the crystal pebble, the pressed prairie rose, the white pelican feather, the mapmaker's sketch. The little wooden flute. Each object represented a quiet lesson. Each had arrived unexpectedly. None had been the reason for the journey, yet all had become part of it. Lewis realized something. Perhaps the ghost river was not simply leading travelers toward a hidden place. Perhaps it was teaching them to become different people before they ever arrived. The Missouri whispered gently beside the camp. The three ancient oaks stood silently somewhere behind them. The stars slowly crossed the heavens. And far beyond the next 100 winding miles, beyond valleys wrapped in morning mist, beyond forgotten paths and quiet meadows, the ghost river continued its patient course, waiting, listening, flowing, as it had always done. And tomorrow, the journey would begin again. One peaceful sunrise at a time. End of part 23, the Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition, boring history for sleeping face part 24. The moonlit sandbar. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back to our peaceful voyage. The Missouri River continues to wind gently through the heart of the continent. The campfire has burned low. The stars shine quietly overhead. And somewhere beyond the next graceful bend, another calm chapter of history is waiting. There is no rush, no race. Only the slow rhythm of the river, so settle comfortably. Let your breathing become gentle. And together we drift a little farther upstream. The first light of morning spread slowly across the eastern horizon. Soft golden rays touched the tops of the cottonwood trees before reaching the river below. A light breeze stirred the tall prairie grass. Thousands of tiny dewdrops shimmered like scattered crystals. Lewis stepped quietly to the shoreline. The Missouri looked almost perfectly calm. A single fish leaped briefly above the surface before disappearing beneath the water again. The expanding circles slowly faded. Soon the river looked untouched once more. Lewis smiled. Nature had a remarkable way of restoring its own peace. Breakfast was shared beneath a sky of clear blue, warm coffee, cornmeal bread. A few wild berries gathered the previous evening. The expedition packed their supplies with practiced ease. Within minutes, the boat slipped gently back into the current. Dip, pull, lift, repeat. The familiar rhythm echoed softly through the cool morning air. The explorers had long since stopped thinking about each stroke. Their bodies simply understood. The river and the rowers seemed to move together. By late morning, the Missouri widened into a broad, shallow reach. Golden sandbars appeared in the middle of the river. Some were only a few yards across, others stretched for hundreds of feet. White pelicans rested peacefully upon them. Dozens of turtles basked in the warm sunshine. As the boats approached, the pelicans rose gracefully into the air. Their enormous wings moved slowly and effortlessly. For several moments they glided above the water before settling upon another sandbar farther upstream. Lewis watched them disappear into the bright blue sky. "They waste no energy," he said quietly. Clark smiled. "The river seems to reward patience." Near midday, the expedition landed upon one of the largest sandbars. The sand felt warm beneath their boots. Tiny shells glittered in the sunlight. Smooth driftwood lay scattered along the shore. Lewis wandered slowly across the open sand. He noticed countless bird tracks crossing in every direction. Some belonged to pelicans, others to cranes, still others to smaller shorebirds. The entire sandbar had become a quiet crossroads for wildlife. Near the water's edge, Lewis found a perfectly smooth piece of driftwood shaped almost like a walking stick. He picked it up for a moment. Its surface had been polished by years of flowing water. After admiring it, he gently returned it to the sand. Not everything beautiful needed to be carried away. Some treasures belonged exactly where they were found. The afternoon passed beneath warm sunshine. Clouds drifted lazily overhead. The current remained gentle. One young soldier noticed a pair of river otters playing among the reeds. They chased one another in wide circles before diving beneath the water. A few moments later, they surfaced again much farther away. The entire expedition smiled. Even after weeks upon the river, nature continued offering new moments of quiet joy. Lewis wrote simply, "The river never repeats itself, though it always remains the same." Toward evening, the explorers reached another broad sandbar. This one stretched far into the Missouri like a pale golden island. Clark suggested making camp there. The view was magnificent. Water surrounded them on nearly every side. The sunset painted the western sky with brilliant shades of orange, crimson, and lavender. The river reflected every color. As darkness slowly arrived, the stars appeared one by one. The moon rose above the eastern horizon. Its silver light transformed the sandbar into a landscape of soft glowing shadows. The Missouri shimmered quietly around the camp. The entire world seemed wrapped in peaceful moonlight. After supper, Lewis wandered a short distance away from the fire. He carried only the little wooden flute. Standing at the edge of the water, he played a single slow melody, gentle, simple, unhurried. The notes drifted across the calm river before fading into the night. No echo returned, only silence, a silence that somehow felt welcoming rather than empty. When Lewis returned to the campfire, Clark looked up with a quiet smile. River listened. Lewis chuckled softly. Perhaps. Or perhaps I finally learned how to play softly enough. Neither man tried to explain the moment. Some experiences became less meaningful when examined too closely. Much later, while the rest of the expedition slept, Lewis awoke briefly. The campfire had become glowing embers. The moon stood high above the river. The sandbar looked almost like an island floating through silver light. He noticed tiny ripples moving across the Missouri. No wind stirred. Yet the water continued its endless journey. He thought about every place they had already passed. The whispering cottonwoods, the singing valley, the mirror lake, the 3 ancient oaks, the meadow of fireflies. Each place remained behind them, yet somehow each still traveled with them. Lewis looked north toward the unseen horizon. The ghost river remained hidden, but for the first time, he no longer felt impatient. If the mysterious river wished to remain unseen for a little while longer, that was perfectly all right. The journey itself had already become a gift. The moonlight shimmered across the Missouri. The stars watched in silence. And somewhere beyond countless peaceful bends, the ghost river continued to flow, patient, ancient, waiting for the travelers who had finally learned that the quietest discoveries are often the ones that stay with us forever. End of part 24, the Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face part 25. The Valley Where Time Walked Slowly. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. The moonlit sandbar now rests quietly behind us. Morning is arriving once again over the wide Missouri. A gentle layer of mist rises from the water. The first birds greet the new day, and somewhere ahead, beyond another 100 peaceful bends, the Ghost River continues its silent journey. There is no hurry. There has never been any hurry. The river has flowed this way long before the expedition arrived, and it will continue long after their footprints have faded. So let your breathing slow. Let your thoughts drift like leaves upon the current, and together, we continue. The eastern sky slowly brightened. Soft bands of pale gold stretched across the horizon. The cool air carried the scent of wet earth and flowering prairie sage. Lewis stepped from his blanket before anyone else had awakened. He walked quietly to the edge of the river. The Missouri looked almost asleep. Only tiny ripples moved across its broad surface. Above him, a flock of geese crossed the brightening sky. Their familiar calls echoed softly through the still morning air. Lewis watched until they disappeared into the distance. Every migration seemed both ancient and new. The birds had traveled these skis long before maps existed. They asked no permission. They needed no roads, only seasons. Breakfast passed peacefully. Fresh coffee warmed cold hands. Cornmeal cakes browned slowly over glowing coals. A few dried apples were shared among the men. Soon the familiar preparations began. Blankets folded, supplies checked. Boats pushed gently into the current. Dip, pull, lift, repeat. The rhythm felt almost like breathing now. No one counted the strokes. The river itself seemed to set the pace. As the morning unfolded, the landscape slowly changed. The rolling prairie gave way to broad green valleys. Gentle hills rose on either side of the Missouri. Wildflowers covered their slopes, purple asters, golden sunflowers, white yarrow, blue lupins. The colors blended softly beneath the warm sunlight. Clark looked across the valley. It feels different here. Lewis nodded. It feels slower. The interpreter smiled knowingly. Elders believed this valley encouraged patience. Lewis laughed quietly. Then perhaps we've arrived at exactly the right place. By midday, the explorers noticed something curious. No matter how far they traveled, the valley seemed unchanged. The same peaceful hills, the same gentle breeze, the same quiet beauty. Hours passed almost unnoticed. One voyager finally asked, "Have we made much progress today?" Clark unfolded his map. We certainly have. It doesn't feel like it. Lewis smiled, perhaps because we've stopped measuring the journey by miles. Instead, they measured it by sunrises, birdsong, friendly conversations, evening campfires. History often focused on destinations. The river quietly celebrated every moment in between. The expedition stopped beside a small spring bubbling from beneath a limestone hillside. The water was wonderfully cool. Tiny ferns grew along its edges. Moss covered the shaded rocks. A pair of butterflies danced above the clear stream before disappearing into the trees. Lewis filled his cup and tasted the spring water, fresh, cold, perfectly clear. Nearby, he discovered an old wooden bench carved from a single fallen oak. It faced the valley below. No house stood nearby. No trail led toward it, only the bench. The interpreter smiled. Someone wanted travelers to rest. Lewis sat for several quiet minutes. The view stretched for miles. The Missouri curved gracefully through the valley like a ribbon of polished silver. Far away, a herd of bison grazed peacefully beneath drifting clouds. The breeze carried the distant song of meadowlarks. Lewis closed his journal without writing. Some places deserved silence more than descriptions. During the afternoon, the weather remained wonderfully pleasant. Soft clouds drifted lazily overhead. A red fox appeared briefly beside the river before disappearing into tall grass. A pair of bald eagles soared high above the valley. The horses grazed contentedly whenever the expedition paused. Everything felt balanced, peaceful, complete. One young soldier remarked, "I almost forgot we're exploring." Clark smiled. "That's when exploration is at its best." Lewis nodded. "If every day feels like hard work, you stop noticing the beauty." Missouri seemed to agree. Its gentle current never rushed, yet it always moved forward. That evening, the Corps of Discovery camped beside another quiet bend in the river. The valley glowed beneath the golden light of sunset. Long shadows stretched across the prairie. The air cooled pleasantly. After supper, Lewis took the smooth gray stone from his pocket once again. He turned it slowly in his hand. The pale white lines still reminded him of branching rivers, of choices, of paths unseen. He remembered the old elder who had first given it to him. Some rivers are found with maps, the elder had said. Others are found only after the traveler becomes quiet enough to recognize them. The time. Lewis had thought the words mysterious. Now, he was beginning to understand. Perhaps the ghost river was never meant to be chased. Perhaps it revealed itself only to those who had learned patience, only to those who had stopped searching with restless eyes, and started seeing with peaceful hearts. The stars slowly appeared above the valley. The campfire glowed softly beside the Missouri. The gentle current continued northward through the sleeping wilderness, and somewhere beyond distant hills, beyond valleys untouched by hurried footsteps, beyond stories passed from one generation to another, the ghost river flowed on silent, ancient, unchanging, waiting, not for explorers who wished to conquer it, but for travelers willing to become part of its timeless story. End of part 25. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face, Part 26. The old ferryman's promise. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. The valley where time walked slowly now rests behind us. Another quiet dawn is unfolding over the Missouri River. The mist rises gently from the water. The prairie awakens one bird at a time, and the Corps of Discovery prepares for another peaceful day upon the current, if your eyelids have grown heavy. That is exactly as they should. This journey was never meant to be exciting. It was meant to be comforting, like the steady rhythm of rain upon a rooftop, or the quiet ticking of an old clock. So let us continue, slowly, patiently, one bend at a time. The first sunlight slipped across the river in thin bands of pale gold. Tiny insects danced above the water like floating specks of light. The Missouri looked calm enough to reflect every passing cloud. Lewis stood quietly beside the shoreline before the others awoke. He had begun each morning this way for many weeks. No notebook, no measuring instruments, only observation. The river had become an old friend, one that never hurried to speak, yet somehow always had something to teach. Breakfast passed peacefully. Warm coffee, fresh corn cakes, a handful of dried cherries carefully saved from an earlier trading post. The horses grazed contentedly while the boats were prepared. Soon the familiar rhythm returned. Dip, pull, lift, repeat. The steady sound echoed across the broad valley. It had become the expedition's heartbeat. By mid-morning, Lewis noticed something familiar along the eastern shore, a small wooden dock, a weathered canoe tied loosely beside it, a narrow path leading through the cottonwoods. Clark shaded his eyes. It couldn't be. Lewis smiled quietly. I believe it is. Expedition landed. Walking slowly along the path, they reached a tiny cabin they had not expected to see again. Outside sat the same elderly ferryman they had met many weeks before. His silver beard had grown a little longer. His gentle smile had not changed at all. Without surprise, he looked up from repairing a fishing net. I wondered when the river would bring you back. Lewis laughed warmly. You speak as though the river decides. The old man shrugged. Doesn't it? No one argued. Perhaps he had a point. The ferryman welcomed them with fresh herbal tea. The familiar scent of cedar smoke drifted from the cabin chimney. Nothing appeared different. The same wooden chair, the same small table, the same collection of smooth river stones resting upon the windowsill. Lewis noticed one new addition, a small carved wooden boat. Its sail was made from white cloth. The old man picked it up carefully. Made this during the winter. Lewis admired the tiny craftsmanship. It looks ready for a long voyage. Ferryman smiled. Every boat is, matter how small. After sharing tea, they walked together to the edge of the river. The old ferryman looked north. Traveled far. Lewis nodded. We've learned much. Found the ghost? Smiled thoughtfully. No, I don't believe so. Ferryman chuckled softly. I expected that answer. Clark looked puzzled. You did? The old man nodded. People who hurry always claim they've found it. People who truly listen usually say they haven't. Lewis looked quietly toward the Missouri. The old man's words felt strangely familiar, almost comforting. Perhaps some mysteries remained beautiful precisely because they resisted certainty. The ferryman bent down and picked up another smooth stone from the shoreline. Unlike the gray stone Lewis carried, this one was pale blue. Thin white veins crossed its surface like tiny streams. He placed it gently into Lewis's hand. A second gift? Lewis asked. The old man smiled. No, a reminder. What? That every river eventually meets another. Lewis turned the stone slowly beneath the sunlight. Its surface shimmered softly, beautiful, simple, unassuming. He carefully placed it beside the first stone inside his pocket. Now there were two, different yet somehow connected. Before the expedition departed, the ferryman said one final thing. When you finally reach the mountains, Lewis looked back. Yes, don't stop listening. Lewis nodded. I won't. The old man smiled. I know. The boat slipped quietly back into the Missouri. As they rounded the next bend, the little cabin slowly disappeared behind the cottonwood trees. No one spoke for several minutes. Finally, Clark broke the silence. Have the feeling we'll never see him again. Lewis looked toward the quiet shoreline. Perhaps, or perhaps, he smiled gently. He'll always be somewhere along the river. Interpreter nodded. Some people belong to places more than to time. Lewis wrote those words carefully into his journal. They seemed worth remembering. That evening, the expedition camped beside a gentle hillside overlooking the Missouri. The sunset painted the clouds with soft shades of rose and amber. A cool breeze carried the scent of pine from distant forests farther west. The landscape itself seemed slowly changing. The mountains, though still far away, were beginning to announce their presence. Lewis removed both smooth stones from his pocket, the gray one, the pale blue one. He placed them side by side upon a flat rock. Together they resembled two rivers meeting. Separate journeys, one destination. The campfire crackled softly. The first stars appeared overhead, far beyond the western horizon, beyond forests yet unseen, beyond snow-fed streams flowing from distant peaks. The Ghost River continued its quiet journey, perhaps closer now than ever before, not because the expedition had nearly reached it, but because the travelers themselves had changed. The Missouri whispered beneath the gathering night. The old ferryman's promise lingered gently in Lewis's thoughts. Asterisk, don't stop listening. Asterisk, and so. The core of discovery rested peacefully, ready to greet another sunrise, another bend, another quiet page in the endless story of the river. Asterisk, asterisk, end of part 26. Asterisk, asterisk, the Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition, boring history for sleeping face, part 27. The mountains on the horizon. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. The Missouri is still flowing with its familiar, unhurried rhythm. The campfire has faded into glowing embers. A cool breeze drifts gently across the prairie, and somewhere beyond the western horizon, the Rocky Mountains are waiting. For many months, Lewis and Clark had followed the river through endless grasslands, quiet forests, and broad valleys. Now, for the first time, the land itself was beginning to change. Tonight, we travel toward those distant mountains, not quickly, not dramatically. Only one peaceful mile at a time. Before dawn, the camp rested beneath a sky filled with brilliant stars. The Milky Way stretched overhead like a second river flowing silently across the heavens. Lewis stepped outside his tent with the two smooth stones still resting safely inside his pocket. The gray stone, the pale blue stone. One reminding him of where the journey had begun, the other reminding him that every river eventually meets another. He smiled quietly. The expedition had gathered far more than maps. It had gathered memories. The eastern sky slowly brightened. Soft shades of lavender melted into pale gold. The first meadowlarks welcomed the sunrise with cheerful songs. Nearby, a rabbit paused beside a patch of clover before disappearing into the tall grass. The horses grazed peacefully while coffee warmed over the fire. Soon the familiar preparations began. Blankets folded, supplies secured, boats pushed gently into the Missouri, dip, pull, lift, repeat. The rhythm felt as steady as a heartbeat. By mid-morning, Clark noticed something unusual far beyond the western horizon. At first it appeared to be another line of clouds, but the shape remained unchanged, dark still, immovable. Lewis shaded his eyes. For several quiet moments no one spoke. Finally the interpreter smiled. Mountains. The words floated gently across the boats. The mountains, after so many weeks upon the river. There they were, only faint blue shadows in the distance, yet unmistakable. The younger soldiers smiled with quiet excitement. One whispered, "They've been waiting all this time." Lewis nodded softly. "And we've been traveling toward them every day." As the hours passed, the distant peaks slowly became easier to see. Their outlines remained softened by the warm afternoon air. Snow still rested upon some of the highest summits, glowing white beneath the sunlight. The Missouri itself seemed different now. The current flowed a little faster. The river narrowed slightly. The surrounding hills became steeper. Cottonwood groves slowly gave way to scattered pine and juniper. The scent of the air changed as well, cooler, cleaner, filled with the fragrance of distant forests. Lewis paused to breathe deeply. Every landscape had its own perfume. Every season carried its own memory. Near midday, the expedition rested beside a shallow stream tumbling down from the western hills. Unlike the broad Missouri, this little stream hurried happily over smooth stones. Its clear water sparkled beneath the sun. Lewis knelt beside it. The water was astonishingly cold, fresh from snow melting high in the mountains. He smiled. "This stream has already been where we're going." Clark laughed softly. "And now it's come all this way to meet us." The thought pleased everyone. Even the smallest stream carried its own remarkable journey. The afternoon remained peaceful. A golden eagle soared high above the valley. Its broad wings barely moved as it circled the warming air. Far below, a herd of elk grazed quietly beside a line of trembling aspens. The explorers slowed their boats, allowing the animals to continue undisturbed. Lewis wrote another simple note. Asterisk, the closer we draw to the mountains, the quieter the land seems to become. Asterisk, perhaps the mountains encouraged silence. Or perhaps people naturally spoke more softly when standing before something so vast. Toward evening, the expedition camped upon a grassy rise overlooking the Missouri. From there, the mountains filled the western horizon, still distant, still many days away, yet close enough to remind everyone that a new chapter of the journey was approaching. After supper, Clark spread his unfinished map across a flat rock. A long while he studied the blank spaces beyond the river. Lewis sat beside him. "There is still so much we don't know," Clark smiled. "And that's exactly why we came." Lewis nodded. The empty spaces no longer felt intimidating. They felt inviting. Every unknown valley, every hidden stream, every quiet meadow beyond the mountains. represented another opportunity to learn rather than conquer. Night settled gently across the prairie. The stars emerged above the dark silhouettes of the distant peaks. Lewis removed the two smooth stones from his pocket and placed them beside the little wooden flute. The moonlight touched each one softly. He remembered the old ferryman, the mapmaker, the whispering island, the mirror lake, the meadow of fireflies, the three ancient oaks. Every peaceful place had quietly shaped the travelers. The ghost river had not yet appeared, and somehow, that no longer mattered as much, because the journey itself had become something extraordinary, far beyond the snow-covered peaks. Beyond hidden valleys where mist greeted every sunrise, beyond rivers not yet drawn upon any map, the ghost river continued its silent course, waiting, patient, timeless, and with the mountains now standing upon the horizon, the Corps of Discovery knew that the greatest mysteries of their expedition still lay ahead. The Missouri whispered softly through the gathering night. The stars watched from above. And another peaceful day came gently to its close. End of part 27. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face, part 28. The River of Silent Pines. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. The Rocky Mountains now rest upon the western horizon. Each sunrise brings the Corps of Discovery a little closer to their towering peaks. The Missouri still guides them faithfully. Its waters remain calm. Its current remains steady. Its quiet voice continues speaking to those willing to listen. So make yourself comfortable. Allow your breathing to become slow and even. The river knows the way. Tonight, we follow it once again. The dawn arrived beneath a sky brushed with soft shades of blue and pale rose. The air felt noticeably cooler than it had only a few weeks earlier. Lewis pulled his coat a little tighter as he stepped toward the riverbank. A thin ribbon of mist drifted above the Missouri. The familiar prairie grasses were slowly giving way to scattered pine trees. Their fresh scent floated gently upon the morning breeze. The mountains were changing the land long before the expedition reached them. Breakfast was warm and simple: coffee, fresh biscuits, a little smoked venison. The horses breathed clouds of white in the cool morning air. Soon the camp returned to its familiar rhythm. Blankets folded, ropes untied. Boats eased into the river, dip, pull, lift, repeat. Missouri carried them steadily toward the west. By mid-morning, the valley narrowed. Tall pine forests appeared along both banks of the river. Their dark green branches reached toward the bright autumn sky. The breeze passed gently through the needles, creating a soft whisper unlike the rustling leaves of the cottonwoods they had left behind. Clark listened quietly. Forest has its own language. Lewis nodded. Every landscape does. Interpreter smiled. People say the pines remember every winter. Lewis looked upward. Some of the tallest trees must have witnessed centuries of changing seasons. Snow, spring rain, summer birds, autumn winds, year after year, without ever leaving their place beside the river. As the expedition continued, they entered a long stretch where the Missouri flowed between towering walls of pine. The forest became so peaceful that even the men lowered their voices without realizing it. The only sounds were the steady splash of the oars, the whisper of the wind through the needles, and the gentle murmur of the current beneath the boats. Lewis closed his journal for a while. There was nothing he wished to interrupt. Some places asked not to be described, only experienced. Near midday, the explorers noticed dozens of small wooden birdhouses hanging from several pine branches. They were simple, hand-carved. Weathered by many seasons, tiny birds flew happily in and out of them. Clark looked puzzled. Who built these? The interpreter examined them carefully. Travelers. For the birds. Yes, Lewis smiled warmly. What a thoughtful gift. The little birdhouses had probably sheltered countless generations of songbirds. No names remained, no signatures had been carved into the wood, only kindness. Lewis quietly wrote, *, the finest monuments are often built for those who cannot thank us. *. The afternoon passed peacefully. Sunlight filtered through the tall pines in long golden beams. Tiny dust-like seeds floated gently through the forest air. A family of red squirrels hurried along fallen logs gathering pine cones for the coming winter. Far above, a raven called once before gliding silently into the trees. The wilderness seemed perfectly balanced. Nothing hurried, nothing wasted. Everything belonged. Toward late afternoon, the expedition reached a quiet clearing where a narrow stream entered the Missouri. The water flowed over smooth stones, creating a gentle melody. Lewis knelt to drink. The stream tasted wonderfully cold, snowmelt. He could almost imagine the distant peaks where the water had begun its journey. Clark filled his own cup, drinking the mountains now. Lewis laughed softly. In a way, we are, thought pleased him, even before reaching the mountains. They had already become part of the expedition. As evening settled over the valley, the explorers built their camp beneath a grove of towering pines. The campfire glowed warmly among the dark trunks. Its fragrant smoke drifted upward, blending with the scent of pine resin. After supper, the men rested quietly. One voyager gently played a slow melody upon a small fiddle he had carefully protected throughout the journey. The music floated softly through the forest. It never echoed. The pine trees seemed to absorb every note with quiet grace. Lewis looked upward. The branches framed a sky filled with countless stars. Between the trees, the Milky Way looked like another shining river flowing above the earth. He reached into his pocket, the gray stone, the pale blue stone. He held them together, two rivers meeting, two journeys becoming one. Perhaps, he thought, every traveler carries two journeys, the one across the land, and the quieter one unfolding within the heart. The Ghost River, wherever it truly flowed, seemed connected to both, somewhere beyond the pine forests, beyond snow-covered passes, beyond valleys untouched by maps. It continued its patient course, waiting, listening, flowing without haste, just as it always had. The fire settled into glowing embers. The pines whispered gently in the night wind. The Missouri flowed steadily beneath the stars, and the core of Discovery drifted peacefully toward the greatest chapter of their remarkable journey. End of Part 28. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face, Part 29. The Keeper of the Mountain Spring. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. The river of silent pines now lies gently behind us. The Missouri continues to guide the core of Discovery ever closer to the Rocky Mountains. The air has grown cooler. The forests have grown taller. And somewhere beyond the distant ridges, the Ghost River quietly waits. There is still no need to hurry. The oldest rivers never rush. They simply continue. So settle comfortably, let your breathing slow, and allow the story to carry you onward. Morning arrived beneath a sky as clear as polished glass. The first rays of sunlight touched the highest mountain peaks long before reaching the valley below. Their snow-covered summits glowed with soft golden light. Lewis stood quietly beside the river. For several moments, he simply watched the sunrise climb slowly down the mountainsides. The wilderness seemed to awaken from the top downward, first the peaks, then the forests, finally, the river itself. He smiled. Even the morning had its own gentle rhythm. Breakfast was shared beneath towering pines. The smell of fresh coffee blended with the sweet fragrance of pine resin. Nearby, a red squirrel watched the busy camp from the safety of a low branch. When one of the voyageurs tossed it a small piece of bread, the tiny creature hurried down, gathered its unexpected gift, and disappeared back into the forest. The men laughed softly. The woods always seemed full of small surprises. Soon the expedition returned to the Missouri. Dip, pull, lift, repeat. The river had narrowed again. Its current moved with slightly greater energy than before. Smooth gray boulders now appeared along both banks. The water flowed around them in gentle white ribbons. Lewis noticed how the sound of the river had changed. It no longer whispered across broad prairie valleys. Now it sang softly between stones. Every landscape gave the Missouri a different voice. By late morning, the explorers reached the mouth of a crystal-clear mountain stream. Its water rushed down from the high forests before joining the Missouri. Clark suggested stopping to refill their water barrels. Lewis eagerly agreed. The stream looked wonderfully inviting. The water was so clear that every pebble upon the bottom could be counted. Tiny trout darted effortlessly between the rocks. The air felt noticeably cooler beside the flowing water. As Lewis followed the stream a short distance into the forest, he noticed a small stone shelter tucked beneath a cluster of ancient pines. It was little more than a simple roof built from flat rocks and sturdy logs. Outside sat an elderly man with kind eyes and weathered hands. He smiled as though visitors were expected. "Good morning," he said quietly. Lewis returned the greeting. "You live here?" The old man nodded. "Many seasons." Clark joined them. "What brings you so far into the mountains?" The old man looked toward the spring. "I care for the water." Lewis smiled politely. "You mean you protect it?" The man shook his head gently. "No, the spring protects itself. Simply remind travelers to leave it as they found it." Lewis appreciated the distinction. The wilderness rarely needed rescuing, often. It only needed respect. The old man invited them to sit beside the spring. He poured fresh mountain water into simple wooden cups. It tasted astonishingly pure, cool, clear, refreshing. Lewis had never tasted water quite like it. The old man smiled knowingly. "Water remembers snow." Lewis looked toward the distant white peaks. "I believe you're right." Nearby stood a small wooden sign carved by hand. Its message was simple, *, take only what your hands can carry, leave only kindness behind. Read the words twice. They reminded him of everything the journey had slowly been teaching him. The smooth stones, the quiet valleys, the old ferryman, the mapmaker, the whispering island. Every peaceful encounter carried the same lesson in different words. Before leaving, the old caretaker handed Lewis a tiny pinecone, perfectly formed, no larger than a thumb. Lewis looked surprised. "A gift," the man smiled. "A reminder." "What?" "Great forests begin with small things." Lewis placed the pinecone carefully inside his journal beside the white pelican feather and the pressed prairie rose. His collection continued to grow, not because he searched for keepsakes, but because the journey kept quietly offering them. As afternoon sunlight filtered through the towering pines, the expedition returned to the Missouri. The boats drifted once again into the current. Dip, pull, lift, repeat. The familiar rhythm echoed between the forested hills. One voyager quietly remarked, "The mountains make everyone speak more softly." Clark nodded. "They make you realize how small your voice really is." Lewis smiled. "And perhaps how valuable silence can be." That evening, the explorers camped beside another clear mountain stream. The air grew pleasantly cool after sunset. The campfire burned warmly among the pines. Its orange glow reflected softly upon the flowing water. Lewis removed the 2 smooth stones from his pocket. Beside them, he placed the tiny pinecone, 3 simple objects, each carrying a quiet lesson. The gray stone spoke of beginnings. The blue stone spoke of rivers meeting. The pinecone spoke of patience. He realized the ghost river might not simply be a hidden place. Perhaps it was also a hidden way of seeing the world, one that could only be discovered slowly, one peaceful day at a time. Above the forest, the stars appeared in astonishing numbers. The Milky Way stretched from one horizon to the other. Far beyond those silent mountains, beyond streams fed by ancient glaciers, beyond valleys wrapped each morning in silver mist, the ghost river continued flowing, calm, invisible, timeless, waiting not for those who hurried toward it, but for those who had finally learned to travel with gratitude, humility, and wonder. The Missouri whispered through the sleeping forest. The campfire faded into glowing embers. And another quiet chapter of the expedition came gently to its end. End of part 29. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face Part 30. The Pass of Whispering Snow. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. The mountain streams now sing beside the Missouri. The towering pines stand quietly against the sky. The air has become crisp with the scent of snow carried from distant peaks. The core of discovery has traveled many hundreds of peaceful miles together, yet the greatest challenges, and perhaps the greatest moments of quiet wonder, still lie ahead. As always, there is no need to hurry. Mountains have waited for millions of years. They can wait one more peaceful evening for us, so settle in. Let your breathing become slow and steady, and together, we continue our gentle climb toward the high country. The morning arrived with a cool silver light. The first rays of the sun touched the highest mountain ridges while the valley below remained wrapped in soft shadow. A light frost covered the grass around the campsite. Each blade sparkled like delicate crystal. Lewis stepped carefully through the meadow, listening to the quiet crunch beneath his boots. Winter was still far away, but the mountains were already whispering its approach. The cold felt fresh rather than harsh. It awakened the senses. Every breath carried the clean scent of pine, stone, and distant snow. The expedition shared another simple breakfast beside the fire. Hot coffee steamed into the chilly morning air, fresh biscuits warmed over glowing coals. A little smoked venison completed the meal. No one lingered long. The mountains seemed to invite steady progress. Soon the familiar rhythm returned: dip, pull, lift, repeat. The Missouri narrowed further, its waters flowing more swiftly between polished rocks. The river had become younger here, closer to its source. Its voice had changed from a gentle prairie murmur into a lively mountain song. Lewis listened carefully. He found beauty in both. By late morning, patches of snow appeared beneath the shaded pines, only small patches, hidden where the sunlight rarely reached. One young soldier knelt beside them and laughed quietly. "I haven't seen snow in months," Clark smiled. "And this snow has probably been waiting here just as long." Interpreter picked up a handful. "It will soon become part of the river." Lewis watched the melting drops fall onto the earth. Every snowflake eventually found its way downstream. Every river carried a little piece of every mountain. As the day continued, the valley became narrower still. Tall cliffs rose on either side. Evergreen trees clung to rocky slopes. The Missouri wound through the landscape like a bright silver ribbon. Then something remarkable happened: snowflakes. Only a few. They drifted lazily through the cool air despite the clear blue sky. No clouds hung overhead. The flakes seemed to have been carried by a distant wind from higher elevations. They melted almost as soon as they touched the ground. The entire expedition paused. One voyager reached out his hand. A single snowflake landed on his glove, then vanished. Lewis smiled. "The mountains are greeting us." No one argued. It certainly felt that way. Near midday, the explorers reached a narrow mountain pass where the river curved sharply between towering walls of stone. The air was wonderfully still. Even the birds seemed quieter here. High above, a golden eagle circled effortlessly. Its shadow drifted across the cliffs before disappearing into the valley. The interpreter spoke softly. "Elders sometimes called this place the Pass of Whispering Snow." Lewis looked around. "Because of the snow?" The interpreter shook his head. "Because people naturally lower their voices here." Indeed, everyone had. Without realizing it, the explorers had begun speaking almost in whispers. Perhaps it was respect. Perhaps it was awe. Or perhaps the mountains themselves encouraged quiet hearts. The expedition stopped beside a small waterfall cascading over smooth granite. The water sparkled in the afternoon sunlight. Tiny rainbows danced within the mist. Lewis sat upon a flat stone, listening to the steady rhythm of the falling water. It reminded him of the Missouri, different in sound, the same in spirit. Every river, every stream, every spring seemed connected somehow. He opened his journal and wrote, "All waters travel together, though they begin in different places." He closed the notebook with a peaceful smile. It was one of his favorite observations yet. Toward evening, the Corps of Discovery found a sheltered campsite surrounded by towering pines and great granite boulders. The mountains glowed with soft pink light as the setting sun disappeared behind the western peaks. The air grew colder. The campfire felt especially welcome. Its warmth spread gently through the quiet camp. After supper, Lewis removed the 2 smooth stones and the tiny pinecone from his pocket. He arranged them carefully beside the fire: the gray stone, the blue stone, the pinecone, 3 simple reminders: the journey, the rivers, the forests. Each gift had arrived at exactly the right moment. He wondered what lesson the mountains would offer next, far beyond the high passes, beyond valleys where snow lingered even in summer, beyond hidden streams known only to eagles and old storytellers. The Ghost River continued its silent journey. Perhaps it flowed beneath the very peaks now standing before them. Perhaps it flowed only within the hearts of patient travelers. Lewis no longer felt the need to decide. Some mysteries were meant to be lived, not solved. The stars appeared one by one above the snow-capped mountains. The Missouri sang softly through the narrow valley. The fire settled into glowing embers. And the Corps of Discovery slept peacefully. One quiet day closer to whatever the Ghost River had been waiting to reveal all along. End of part 30. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face Part 31. The Hidden Alpine Meadow. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. The mountains now stand all around the Corps of Discovery. Behind them lie the endless prairies. Ahead rise snow-capped peaks that touch the morning sky. The Missouri has become younger here. Its waters are colder, its voice is brighter. Its journey is nearly at its beginning. And somewhere among these ancient mountains, the Ghost River quietly waits, so make yourself comfortable. Let your thoughts drift like the morning mist, and together let us continue. Before the first light reached the valley floor, Lewis awoke to an unfamiliar sound. Not the call of a meadowlark, not the whisper of cottonwood leaves. It was the soft chiming of water dripping from melting icicles high upon the cliffs. Tiny drops fell one by one into the river below. The sound was gentle, steady, almost musical. Lewis smiled. Even silence, he thought, had many voices. A thin layer of frost covered the campsite. The horses exhaled little clouds into the cool air. Coffee steamed warmly beside the fire. Fresh biscuits baked slowly on a flat iron pan. The comforting smell spread through the camp, mixing with the scent of pine and cedar. Soon everyone was awake. Blankets were folded, supplies secured. The expedition prepared for another peaceful day. The Missouri continued winding through the mountains, dip, pull, lift, repeat. The familiar rhythm echoed softly between the granite cliffs. The river was narrower now. Sometimes only a short distance separated one rocky bank from the other. Crystal-clear streams joined the Missouri from every direction. Each carried icy water fresh from melting snowfields above. Lewis noticed that every stream seemed eager to meet the river, as though each had traveled its own long journey toward the same destination. Late that morning, the interpreter noticed something hidden beyond a cluster of towering fir trees. A narrow trail climbed gently upward. Curious, Lewis, Clark, and several companions followed it. The climb was slow but easy. The forest gradually opened. Then, quite suddenly, they stepped into a broad alpine meadow unlike anything they had yet seen. Soft green grass stretched across the valley floor. Thousands of tiny wildflowers bloomed in every direction. Blue gentians, yellow buttercups, purple lupins, white mountain daisies. Snow still rested upon the distant peaks surrounding the meadow. Yet here, beneath the warm summer sun, everything flourished peacefully. A gentle stream wandered lazily through the flowers. Several deer grazed quietly nearby. None seemed disturbed by the visitors. Lewis stood silently. This place feels untouched. Interpreter smiled. It has always welcomed quiet travelers. The expedition rested in the meadow through the warm afternoon. Some men filled their canteens from the clear stream. Others simply lay in the grass, watching clouds drift above the mountain peaks. A family of marmots whistled cheerfully from among the rocks. Butterflies floated lazily from flower to flower. Tiny bees hummed busily among the blossoms. The meadow seemed filled with quiet life. Lewis removed his journal. Instead of writing immediately, he sketched the valley, the mountains, the stream, the flowers, the peaceful deer. He wanted to remember not only what the place looked like, but how it felt. Near the center of the meadow stood an enormous flat boulder warmed by the afternoon sun. Upon its surface, someone had carefully arranged small white stones into the shape of a flowing river. The pattern curved gracefully from one edge of the rock to the other. Clark studied it with quiet curiosity. It almost resembles a map. Interpreter nodded. Or perhaps a memory. Lewis gently touched one of the little stones. It was smooth, cool, perfectly ordinary. Yet together the stones created something beautiful. He chose not to disturb them. Some stories deserve to remain exactly as they had been left. As the sun slowly descended toward the western peaks, long golden rays filled the meadow. The flowers glowed softly. The snow upon the mountains reflected warm shades of pink and amber. The entire valley seemed wrapped in peaceful light. One young soldier whispered, "I've never seen anything so beautiful." Lewis smiled. "Neither have I." And he meant it. Before leaving, Lewis noticed a single tiny edelweiss flower growing beside the great stone. Its white petals looked almost like a little star. He admired it for a moment but left it untouched. Beauty did not become more valuable by being carried away. Sometimes its greatest gift was simply being witnessed. That evening, the Corps of Discovery returned to the Missouri and made camp beneath a grove of tall fir trees. The fire burned brightly against the cool mountain air. Lewis placed the gray stone, the blue stone, and the tiny pinecone beside one another once again. Now he added something new. Not an object, a memory. The hidden alpine meadow, the quiet deer, the flowing stream made of white stones. He realized that the most meaningful souvenirs required no pocket at all. They traveled safely within the heart, far beyond the surrounding peaks, beyond valleys where only eagles soared, beyond rivers born from ancient glaciers. The Ghost River continued its silent course, perhaps closer than ever, not because the expedition had nearly found it, but because every peaceful step through the mountains had slowly transformed the travelers themselves. The Missouri whispered beneath the stars. The campfire faded into glowing embers, and another quiet chapter drifted gently into history. End of part 31. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition Boring History for Sleeping Face Part 32. The echoes beneath the cliffs. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. The hidden alpine meadow now rests peacefully behind us. Its flowers continue blooming beneath the summer sun, unseen yet unchanged. The core of discovery has returned to the Missouri. The mountains rise higher now. The forests grow denser. The air carries the clean scent of snow, pine, and fresh water somewhere ahead. Beyond another quiet bend, the Ghost River still waits. As always, we will not rush toward it. The oldest mysteries reveal themselves only to patient travelers. So settle comfortably, close your eyes if you wish, and let the river continue its gentle song. Morning arrived beneath a pale blue sky brushed with delicate clouds. The mountain air felt wonderfully crisp. Lewis awoke to the soft sound of a nearby stream flowing over smooth granite stones. A raven called from somewhere high above. Then silence returned. The mountains seemed to enjoy long moments without conversation. Lewis had grown fond of that. He believed silence was becoming one of the expedition's most faithful companions. After breakfast, the men packed camp with quiet efficiency. The horses were brushed, the ropes secured. The canoes gently pushed into the narrowing Missouri. Dip, pull, lift, repeat. The familiar rhythm echoed between towering cliffs. The river had become narrower than ever before. Its waters remained crystal clear. Sunlight reached only parts of the valley now. Great stone walls shaded much of the river during the early hours. The light shifted slowly across the cliffs as the sun climbed higher. Everything moved with calm certainty. By late morning, the expedition entered a canyon unlike any they had previously explored. Granite walls rose hundreds of feet on both sides. Pine trees clung bravely to narrow ledges. Small waterfalls trickled down the rocks like strands of silver thread. The sound of flowing water surrounded them. Yet something unusual soon caught everyone's attention. Clark quietly spoke a single word. Listen. One of the voyageurs softly tapped his paddle against the side of the canoe. Talk. A heartbeat later. Talk. The sound returned, not loudly, not dramatically, just a gentle echo drifting back from the cliffs. Another man laughed softly. The laughter floated away, then quietly returned. The canyon itself seemed to answer every peaceful sound. Lewis smiled. The mountains are having a conversation with us. Interpreter nodded. Elders sometimes called this place the Valley of Returning Voices. Lewis liked the name. The echoes were not frightening, they were comforting, as though the land itself wished to remind every traveler. I heard you. The expedition slowed even further. No one wished to disturb the quiet harmony. One voyager began humming a gentle tune. The melody floated through the canyon. Moments later, the cliffs offered it back, softer, farther away. Almost like another traveler humming somewhere beyond the next bend. Everyone smiled for several minutes. No one spoke, they simply listened. Around midday, Lewis noticed a narrow cave opening halfway up one of the canyon walls. It was small, hidden behind hanging moss and climbing vines. From below, it looked like nothing more than a dark shadow. Clark studied it for a moment. Think anyone ever lived there? The interpreter answered gently. Perhaps. Or perhaps someone simply rested there while traveling. Lewis imagined a weary traveler centuries earlier, sitting quietly in that cool shelter, watching the same river, listening to the same echoes. The thought somehow made the expedition feel less alone. Every generation added another quiet page to the river's endless story. During the afternoon, sunlight finally reached deeper into the canyon. Golden beams illuminated patches of moss growing upon the cliffs. Tiny ferns sparkled with droplets from the nearby waterfalls. Mountain bluebirds darted gracefully between the trees. High overhead, two mountain goats stood calmly upon a rocky ledge. They watched the expedition for several moments before continuing their slow climb upward. Lewis admired how effortlessly they crossed terrain that seemed impossible to human feet. Every creature belonged perfectly within its own home. Near sunset, the canyon gradually widened. The Missouri slowed once again. The cliffs gave way to gentle forested slopes. The expedition found a peaceful campsite beside a small waterfall. Its steady music continued long after darkness settled across the valley. After supper, Lewis opened his journal. He wrote only a few quiet lines. Asterisk, every echo reminds us that our smallest words continue traveling farther than we imagine. Asterisk, he paused before closing the book. Perhaps kindness worked the same way. A simple gesture, a patient conversation. Shared meal could continue touching lives long after the moment itself had passed. The old ferryman had understood that. The caretaker of the mountain spring had understood it too now. Perhaps Lewis was beginning to understand. The fire burned low beneath the towering pines. The waterfall whispered steadily nearby. Lewis placed the gray stone, the blue stone, and the tiny pinecone beside the fire once again. He smiled. The collection had become less important than the lessons behind it. Gratitude, patience, respect, listening. The ghost river had still not revealed itself, yet somehow its wisdom seemed to appear almost every day, far beyond the dark mountain ridges, beyond hidden lakes reflecting the stars, beyond streams known only to wolves, eagles, and the oldest trees. The ghost river continued its timeless journey, silent, peaceful, invisible, not waiting to be discovered, quietly shaping every traveler willing to move at the gentle pace of the river. The stars filled the mountain sky. The echoes faded into the night. The Missouri flowed steadily onward, and another peaceful chapter came softly to its close. Asterisk, end of part 32, asterisk, the Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face, part 33. The Bridge of Fallen Cedars. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. The echoes beneath the cliffs have slowly faded behind us. The waterfalls continue their quiet songs. The mountain winds drift gently through the pines, and the Missouri, faithful as always, carries the core of discovery farther toward its mysterious beginnings. If sleep has already begun to find you, simply let it. The river knows the story. It will continue flowing whether we are awake or dreaming, so breathe slowly, relax your shoulders, and together, we follow another peaceful bend. Morning arrived beneath a sky of soft silver clouds. The sunlight filtered gently through the towering evergreens, painting delicate patterns upon the forest floor. The air smelled of cedar, pine needles, and fresh mountain water. Lewis awoke before sunrise, wrapped in the comforting stillness that had become so familiar. He stepped away from the campsite carrying only his journal. The Missouri flowed quietly beside him. Its current seemed calmer this morning, almost thoughtful. A small trout leaped above the water before disappearing again. Tiny ripples spread across the surface. Then the river became perfectly smooth once more. Lewis smiled. Even the smallest movement eventually returned to peace. Breakfast was shared around a cheerful fire, fresh biscuits, hot coffee. A little smoked trout caught the evening before. The men spoke quietly. No one seemed eager to disturb the peaceful mountain morning. Soon the boat slipped once more into the current. Dip, pull, lift, repeat. The rhythm echoed softly between the forested slopes. Each stroke felt effortless. Months upon the river had turned work into habit, habit into comfort, comfort into peace. As the morning unfolded, the valley narrowed once again. Towering cedar trees lined both banks. Many were enormous. Their reddish trunks reached high into the cool mountain air. The forest floor beneath them remained shaded and wonderfully quiet. The interpreter pointed toward a bend ahead. There. At first, Lewis saw only trees. Then something remarkable came into view. Several giant cedar trunks had fallen naturally across a narrow section of the river. They rested side by side, creating a broad natural bridge stretching from one bank to the other. Moss covered the old wood. Small ferns grew along the edges. Wildflowers had rooted themselves in pockets of rich soil collected over many seasons. It looked less like fallen trees, and more like a peaceful garden floating above the water. Clark looked upward with quiet admiration. Nature built a bridge, Lewis nodded, and took her time doing it. The expedition guided the boats carefully beneath the great cedar bridge. The space was just high enough. The cool shade beneath the logs felt refreshing after the bright morning sun. Above them, tiny birds flitted between the branches growing from the fallen trunks. Squirrels hurried across the natural crossing as though it had always existed. Perhaps, Lewis thought, to them, it had. A core of discovery landed nearby to stretch their legs. Lewis climbed carefully onto the bridge itself. The wood felt firm beneath his boots despite its great age. Soft moss cushioned every step. Tiny mushrooms peeked from cracks in the bark. A little stream of rainwater trickled gently through the hollow center of one ancient trunk before dripping into the Missouri below. Life continued everywhere, even within trees that had long since stopped growing. Lewis rested one hand upon the weathered cedar. This tree never truly disappeared, Clark smiled. It simply found another purpose. Interpreter nodded quietly. Elders say the forest wastes nothing. Lewis looked across the bridge. The fallen cedars had become shelter, pathway, garden, home. Even after falling, they continued giving. Near the center of the bridge stood a simple wooden carving no taller than a walking stick. It depicted two birds facing one another. No names, no dates, only careful craftsmanship. The wood had weathered into a soft gray color. Lewis asked gently, "Who carved this?" The interpreter shrugged with a smile. "Perhaps someone who wished to say thank you." Lewis found that answer completely satisfying. Not every story required knowing the author's name. The afternoon remained cool beneath drifting clouds. The expedition continued upstream. Soon the cedar bridge disappeared behind another bend. Yet no one forgot it. One young soldier quietly remarked, "I've never thought much about fallen trees before." Clark laughed softly. "Suspect you'll never look at one the same way again." Lewis smiled. Sometimes what appears to be an ending becomes the beginning of something entirely different. Missouri carried those words gently downstream. As evening approached, the explorers reached a quiet meadow surrounded by cedar forests. A clear spring bubbled from beneath a cluster of smooth granite rocks. The horses drank peacefully. The men prepared supper while the last rays of sunlight painted the mountain peaks with soft shades of amber and rose. Lewis wandered to the spring alone. Its surface reflected the evening sky perfectly. He dropped a tiny pine needle into the water. Slow circles spread across the pool. Then, just as always, stillness returned. He wrote in his journal, "*The strongest places are often the gentlest.'" He closed the book with quiet satisfaction. Night settled softly across the mountains. The cedar trees whispered gently as the evening breeze moved through their branches. The stars appeared one by one above the dark ridges. Lewis placed the gray stone, the blue stone, and the tiny pinecone beside the fire once again. Then he added one more memory to the quiet collection within his heart, the bridge of fallen cedars. A place where endings became beginnings, where old trees continued serving the forest, where patience quietly shaped beauty over many years, somewhere beyond the mountains, beyond valleys wrapped in silver mist, beyond rivers hidden from every map. The ghost river continued flowing, not asking travelers to hurry, not asking them to search harder, only asking them to notice the quiet miracles already surrounding them. The Missouri sang softly beneath the stars. The fire settled into glowing embers. The forest rested peacefully, and another gentle chapter of the journey drifted into history. End of part 33. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face, Part 34. The lake that held the sky. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. The bridge of fallen cedars now rests quietly behind us. The cedar forest still whispers to the mountain breeze. The Missouri continues its patient climb toward its distant beginnings. The air has become cooler. The nights have grown longer, and every sunrise seems a little closer to the high snowfields where the river first opens its eyes. Somewhere beyond those peaks, the Ghost River continues to flow. As always, we will not chase it. We will simply walk beside the water and allow the journey to unfold. The first light of dawn spread slowly across the mountain valley. A silver mist drifted above the Missouri like a soft blanket. The tops of the tallest pines caught the sunrise first. Only later did the warm golden light reach the river below. Lewis stood quietly beside the water. He noticed how each morning in the mountains began from above. The peaks greeted the sun, then the forests, finally, the river. It reminded him that every beginning followed its own gentle order. Breakfast was simple: hot coffee, fresh biscuits. A little mountain honey traded from friendly travelers several days earlier. Its sweet taste carried the faint fragrance of alpine flowers. The men smiled as they ate. Small comforts often became the greatest luxuries on long journeys. Soon the familiar rhythm returned: dip, pull, lift, repeat. The Missouri flowed calmly between granite cliffs covered with dark green firs. Tiny waterfalls sparkled from hidden places among the rocks. Birdsong echoed softly through the valley. By late morning, the interpreter pointed toward a narrow opening between two rocky ridges. "There is another lake beyond." Lewis looked curiously. No lake appeared from the river, only stone walls and evergreen trees. The expedition secured the boats and followed a gentle footpath climbing through the forest. The trail was peaceful. Soft pine needles covered the ground. Sunlight filtered through the branches in golden beams. A gentle breeze carried the scent of wild thyme growing between the rocks. After nearly half an hour, the forest opened. Before them lay one of the most beautiful lakes any of them had ever seen. Its surface was perfectly still. The surrounding mountains reflected upon the water with astonishing clarity. White clouds floated beneath their feet. The sky itself seemed to rest upon the lake. Clark whispered, "It feels as though the earth is holding the heavens." Lewis nodded slowly. Or perhaps the heavens have come down to visit the earth. No wind disturbed the water, not even the smallest ripple. A pair of white swans glided gracefully across the center of the lake. Their reflections remained perfectly clear beneath them. The scene felt almost dreamlike. One voyager removed his hat without realizing it. The quiet beauty invited respect. The expedition spread out along the shoreline. Some sat upon warm granite boulders. Others wandered slowly through patches of alpine flowers. No one hurried. No one spoke loudly. The lake seemed to reward peaceful hearts. Lewis found a smooth stone overlooking the water and sat there for a long while. He opened his journal, then closed it again. Words felt unnecessary. Instead, he simply watched. Clouds drifted slowly across the blue sky moments later. Their reflections drifted across the lake. Everything above had its gentle companion below. The world seemed perfectly balanced. Near the northern shore stood an old wooden dock, weathered by countless winters. No boats remained tied there. Only a simple lantern hung from one post. Its glass had become slightly cloudy with age. The interpreter smiled. Elders called this the waiting lantern. Lewis looked toward him. "Why? No one remembers who placed it there. Everyone believes it should remain." Clark laughed softly. "So no one removes it." Interpreter nodded. "Some traditions survive simply because they continue bringing comfort." Lewis admired the little lantern. Sometimes, the purpose of an object was not to be useful. Sometimes, its purpose was simply to remind people that they belonged. As afternoon slowly became evening, the sunlight turned warmer. The mountains reflected shades of gold, rose, and lavender. The lake held every color perfectly. It became impossible to tell where the real mountains ended and their reflections began. Lewis quietly remarked, "If the sky ever wished to rest, this would be the place." Clark smiled. "I think it already has." Before leaving, Lewis noticed a single feather floating gently across the still water. It belonged to one of the swans, pure white. It drifted toward the shoreline before coming to rest beside a smooth stone. Lewis picked it up carefully. He admired its beauty for a moment, then he placed it back upon the lake. The feather slowly floated away again. Some gifts were meant to continue their own journeys, not become ours. He smiled. That lesson felt familiar now. As darkness settled across the valley, the Corps of Discovery returned to the Missouri and made camp beneath a grove of tall fir trees. The fire burned warmly against the cool mountain air. Lewis placed the gray stone, the pale blue stone, and the tiny pinecone beside the glowing embers. He touched each one gently. Then he looked toward the stars appearing above the mountains. The lake that held the sky had given him nothing he could carry in his pocket, yet somehow it had given him everything: peace, stillness, wonder, gratitude far beyond the snow-covered ridges. beyond hidden valleys where dawn arrived in whispers, beyond rivers untouched by any map, the ghost river continued its silent journey, perhaps like the perfect lake. It could only be seen clearly by those whose hearts had become still enough to reflect its quiet beauty. The Missouri flowed gently through the mountain night. The fire settled into glowing coals. The stars multiplied overhead. And another peaceful chapter quietly became part of the river's endless story. End of part 34. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face, Part 35. The first source of the Missouri. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. The lake that held the sky now rests peacefully behind us. The stars have slowly faded. Another gentle morning has arrived among the Rocky Mountains. The air is crisp. The pine forest stands silent. Tiny streams sparkle beneath the first light of dawn. The Corps of Discovery has traveled many peaceful months beside the Missouri now, for the first time. They are nearing the place where this mighty river begins. The beginning of a river is never loud. It is usually quiet, almost humble, like the first page of a very long story. So let us continue slowly, patiently, one peaceful step at a time. The sunrise painted the highest peaks with soft shades of gold. Far below, the valleys remained cool beneath drifting morning mist. Lewis stood beside the river. He noticed something different immediately. The Missouri was smaller, much smaller. The broad river that had once stretched across the prairies had become a clear mountain stream. Its waters moved quickly over polished stones. Children, he thought quietly, often grew into remarkable adults. Perhaps rivers did the same. Breakfast was simple and cheerful: fresh biscuits, warm coffee. A little mountain honey remained from the previous day's meal. Everyone sensed that an important moment was approaching. Not because anyone spoke about it, but because the land itself seemed to be gently preparing them. The mountains grew taller, the valleys narrower, the streams colder. Every mile carried them closer to the beginning. Soon the expedition continued. Dip, pull, lift, repeat. The boats could travel only a short distance farther. The river had become too shallow, too narrow. Eventually Clark smiled. "I believe our boats have carried us as far as they can." Lewis looked ahead. The Missouri now danced over smooth rocks only a few feet wide. The current remained lively but gentle. "It seems," Lewis said quietly, "that from here we continue on foot." Men carefully pulled the boats ashore. They secured supplies, packed what they needed, and began walking beside the young river. A mountain trail climbed gently through forests of pine and spruce. Birdsong echoed between the trees. Tiny waterfalls crossed the path. Bright moss covered the rocks. The air smelled wonderfully fresh. Every breath carried the cool scent of snow and cedar. The interpreter smiled. "Elders say rivers are happiest near their beginnings." Lewis listened to the lively little stream beside the trail. He could almost believe it. The water laughed as it rushed over the stones, young, energetic, full of purpose. By midday, the trail opened into a peaceful valley unlike any they had yet visited. At its center bubbled several clear springs emerging directly from beneath ancient limestone. The little streams joined one another, then slowly became one. That single stream continued downhill, growing larger, gathering more water, eventually becoming the mighty Missouri itself. The entire expedition stood quietly. Clark removed his hat. Lewis smiled warmly. "So this," he whispered, "is where the journey begins." The spring made almost no sound, only the gentle bubbling of clear water. No grand waterfall, no dramatic canyon, only quiet beginnings. Lewis knelt beside the spring. He cupped the icy water in both hands. It was the freshest water he had ever tasted, cold from the heart of the mountains, clear enough to see every tiny pebble beneath the surface. He drank slowly, then simply listened. Sometimes the beginning of something great sounded wonderfully small. Nearby stood a weathered wooden marker, not official, not elaborate, only a simple cedar post. Carved upon it were a few careful words. Asterisk, every great river begins as a quiet spring. Asterisk. Lewis smiled. So does every great journey, Clark nodded. So does every great friendship. No one added anything further. The silence completed the thought. The expedition rested beside the springs throughout the afternoon. Some men refilled their water containers. Others sat quietly among the wildflowers. Butterflies drifted lazily above the little streams. A pair of hummingbirds hovered among bright red blossoms. Everything felt peaceful, balanced, complete. Lewis removed his journal this time. He wrote several careful pages, not measurements, not scientific observations, but gratitude. Gratitude for the river, for the mountains, for every person who had guided them kindly, for every quiet lesson received along the way. He realized the expedition had collected far more wisdom than miles. As evening approached, golden sunlight spread gently across the valley. The little springs reflected the warm colors of the sky. Lewis reached into his pocket. He placed the gray stone beside the flowing water, then the pale blue stone, then the tiny pinecone. For a few quiet moments they rested together near the river's beginning. Finally he gathered them again, not because the valley needed them, but because the lessons would continue traveling with him. The Missouri had reached its beginning, yet the ghost river remained unseen. Strangely, Lewis felt no disappointment. He smiled instead. Perhaps finding the source of one river was simply preparing them to understand another, far beyond the snowy ridges, beyond hidden valleys known only to mountain winds, beyond streams untouched by human footsteps. The ghost river continued flowing in silence, closer now than ever before, patiently waiting for the travelers who had learned that every ending is also another beginning. The evening stars slowly appeared above the mountains. The tiny spring continued its quiet song, and the core of discovery rested beside the humble birthplace of one of North America's greatest rivers. Tomorrow, the journey toward the greatest mystery would continue. End of part 35. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face, part 36. The Valley Beyond the Source. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. The little spring that gives birth to the Missouri now rests quietly behind us. Its clear water continues its long journey toward distant plains, forests, and eventually the sea. Every mighty river begins with a single quiet promise, and every traveler, sooner or later, discovers that reaching one destination simply reveals another path waiting ahead. Tonight, we leave the familiar river behind for the first time. The Missouri has carried us faithfully across half a continent. Now our footsteps must guide us farther west. The mountains rise before us, beyond them the ghost river quietly waits, so settle comfortably. Let your breathing become slow. The trail is peaceful. There is no need to hurry. The first light of dawn slipped gently across the Valley of Springs. Tiny drops of dew shimmered upon the alpine grass. Wildflowers opened their petals to greet the morning sun. The little streams sparkled as they hurried away, beginning their long journey toward lands they would never see. Lewis knelt beside the spring one final time. He dipped his fingers into the icy water. So small, he whispered, and yet it becomes so much. Clark smiled warmly. Perhaps people do the same. Lewis nodded thoughtfully. Growth often began quietly, almost unnoticed. The expedition packed their supplies with care. The boats would remain behind. From this point forward, horses and sturdy boots would carry them across the mountains. The change felt significant. For months, the steady rhythm of paddles had been their companion. Dip, pull, lift, repeat. Now a new rhythm began. Step, breathe, listen, repeat. The trail climbed steadily through fragrant pine forests. Sunlight filtered gently through the branches. A cool breeze carried the scent of cedar, moss, and melting snow. The mountains welcomed them without a single word. By mid-morning, the path crossed several tiny streams. Each one laughed over polished stones before disappearing downhill toward the Missouri's young waters. Lewis paused beside one stream. It hasn't decided which river it belongs to yet. Interpreter smiled. Sometimes neither have people. Lewis laughed softly. The mountains had a curious way of turning simple conversations into lasting thoughts. As they climbed higher, the forest slowly changed. Tall pines gave way to sturdy firs, then scattered alpine larches. The trees became shorter, the air grew cooler. Snow lingered beneath shaded rocks. A gentle wind carried the distant cry of an eagle soaring somewhere above the peaks. The world felt wonderfully open. The sky seemed larger here, closer somehow. Around noon, the expedition reached a broad mountain valley hidden beyond the Missouri's watershed. No streams flowed east instead. Every trickle of water disappeared westward. Clark looked carefully across the landscape. We've crossed it. Lewis nodded. Divide. continental divide. One side of the mountain sent water toward the Atlantic, the other toward the Pacific. Lewis stood quietly for several moments, such an invisible line. Yet it shaped the journeys of every drop of rain that ever touched these mountains. He smiled. Life, he thought, was full of unseen divides, small choices, quiet moments, gentle decision, each one leading toward an entirely different future. The hidden valley beyond the divide felt different. Its grasses were softer, its flowers unfamiliar. Tiny blue alpine blossoms grew between smooth gray rocks. A family of mountain goats grazed peacefully upon the distant slopes. The air smelled of sage and juniper carried by the western wind. Everything remained calm. Yet somehow, everything felt new. Lewis opened his journal. Today, he wrote, we stepped into waters that will never reach the Missouri. He paused. The sentence felt strangely profound. Sometimes crossing an unseen line changed everything. During the afternoon, the explorers discovered a narrow creek winding gently through the valley. Its waters flowed west, clear, cold, peaceful. Lewis knelt beside it. He watched tiny leaves drift slowly downstream, not toward the Missouri, not toward the familiar river they had followed for so many months. These waters were beginning an entirely different story. Clark smiled. Every river believes it has chosen the best direction. Lewis laughed. And perhaps they're all correct. As sunset approached, the expedition made camp beside the western creek. The evening sky glowed with brilliant shades of orange and rose. The surrounding peaks reflected the fading light like polished bronze. A cool mountain breeze stirred the grasses. The first stars slowly appeared. Lewis removed the gray stone, the pale blue stone, and the tiny pinecone. He placed them gently beside the campfire. Then he looked toward the little western stream. For the first time in many months, the Missouri was no longer beside them. Its long companionship had come to a quiet pause, yet its lessons remained: patience, listening, respect, gratitude. They would travel farther than any river, far beyond the dark western ridges, beyond valleys untouched by hurried footsteps, beyond rivers flowing toward an unknown ocean. The Ghost River continued its timeless course, closer now than ever before, not because the travelers had nearly reached it, but because they had finally learned that every true discovery begins only after leaving behind the familiar path. The western creek whispered softly beneath the stars. The campfire glowed warmly in the cool mountain air, and the core of discovery drifted peacefully into sleep, ready to take their first steps toward the river that no map had ever fully understood. End of part 36. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face, Part 37. The Path of Blue Wildflowers. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. The Missouri now flows quietly behind us, beginning its long journey eastward. Ahead, the western valleys stretch beneath snow-capped mountains, carrying streams toward an ocean the core of discovery has never seen. The familiar river has become a memory, but its lessons still walk beside us. The mountains remain patient, the forests remain peaceful, and somewhere beyond these western waters, the Ghost River continues its silent course. There is still no need to hurry. Every mountain trail has existed for centuries. It can wait another gentle evening for us, so settle comfortably. Let your breathing become slow and steady, and together, we continue west. Morning arrived beneath a perfectly clear mountain sky. The eastern peaks glowed softly beneath the rising sun, while the valley remained cool beneath drifting mist. Tiny drops of dew rested upon every blade of grass. A western breeze carried the scent of sage, fir, and blooming alpine flowers. Lewis stepped quietly away from camp before the others awakened. The little western creek sang softly beside him. Its voice was unfamiliar, yet comforting. Different rivers, he thought, spoke different languages, but kindness sounded the same everywhere. The camp slowly came to life. Coffee warmed over glowing coals, fresh bread baked upon a flat stone. The horses grazed peacefully among patches of wild clover. Soon backpacks were secured, blankets rolled tightly. The expedition resumed its steady rhythm: step, breathe, listen, repeat. The narrow trail climbed gently toward another mountain pass. The earth beneath their boots felt soft with countless years of fallen pine needles. By mid-morning, something remarkable appeared beside the trail. Thousands of tiny blue wildflowers. They stretched across the mountainside as far as anyone could see. Each blossom was no larger than a thumbnail. Yet together they painted the valley in brilliant shades of sapphire and violet. Clark paused. Never seen so many. Lewis knelt beside one delicate flower. Its petals shimmered gently in the morning light. So small. He smiled. And yet together, he looked across the endless hillside. They changed the entire landscape. The interpreter nodded quietly. Elders called this the path of blue wildflowers. Lewis asked, why? Because no traveler walks here feeling lonely. Everyone looked around. The little flowers surrounded the trail like countless silent companions. Perhaps that was enough explanation. The expedition walked slowly through the valley. Butterflies drifted from blossom to blossom. Tiny bees hummed peacefully among the flowers. A gentle breeze made the entire hillside sway, almost like gentle waves upon the sea. Lewis removed his journal. He carefully sketched one tiny flower, then the whole hillside. Sometimes, the smallest things made the greatest difference. Around midday, the trail crossed a little wooden footbridge spanning a narrow stream. The bridge had clearly been built many years before. Its weathered planks remained sturdy. Moss covered the handrails. Tiny ferns grew beneath it. Someone had cared for the bridge long ago. Now nature cared for it in return. Clark rested one hand upon the railing. I wonder who built this, interpreter smiled. Who expected strangers? Lewis nodded thoughtfully. That's a generous way to build something. Bridge had likely carried countless travelers across the years, hunters, families, merchants, explorers. Each one continued their journey because someone else had quietly prepared the way. Lewis wrote another brief thought. Asterisk, the kindest builders rarely meet those they help. Asterisk. The afternoon passed peacefully. The mountains opened into another broad valley. Clear streams wandered through fields of wildflowers. A pair of elk grazed quietly beneath scattered aspens already beginning to show hints of autumn gold. Far above, an eagle circled patiently upon the warm mountain air. No one hurried. The trail itself seemed content to wander gently between the hills. Late in the day, Lewis noticed something resting beside a large granite boulder. It was an old walking stick, smooth, well crafted. Its handle had been carved into the shape of a soaring bird. Time had polished the wood until it shone softly beneath the afternoon sun. Clark picked it up carefully. No owner's name. Lewis examined it quietly. It has already carried someone a long way. Interpreter smiled, and perhaps now he looked toward Lewis. It wishes to help another traveler. Lewis accepted the walking stick with gratitude. He silently promised to leave it behind for someone else when its purpose had been fulfilled. Some gifts were never truly owned. They were simply passed forward. As sunset approached, the expedition reached a peaceful meadow surrounded by blue wildflowers. The little western stream curved gently around the campsite. The evening sky turned shades of amber, rose, and lavender. The mountains glowed warmly in the fading light. After supper, Lewis placed the gray stone, the pale blue stone, the tiny pinecone, beside the campfire. Then he rested the carved walking stick nearby. Each carried its own quiet lesson: the river, the forest, the mountain, the kindness of strangers. He realized something that made him smile. The ghost river had not yet appeared, yet its influence seemed everywhere, in every generous traveler, every peaceful valley, every thoughtful gift left behind for someone yet to arrive, far beyond the western mountains, beyond forests where morning mist lingered until noon, beyond rivers hidden beneath ancient cedar branches. The ghost river continued flowing, silent, patient, timeless, waiting not for those who sought fame, but for those who quietly learned to leave the world a little kinder than they had found it. The stars filled the clear mountain sky. The western creek whispered beside the camp. The fire settled into glowing embers, and another peaceful chapter became part of the endless journey west. *** End of part 37. The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition, Boring History for Sleeping Face, Part 38. The river that vanished into stone. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. The path of blue wildflowers now rests peacefully behind us. The tiny blossoms continue swaying beneath the western breeze. The carved walking stick leans quietly beside Lewis's pack. The mountains stretch farther toward the horizon, and somewhere beyond their silent ridges. The Ghost River continues its timeless journey. There is no hurry. The oldest paths have all the time in the world, so let your breathing become slow. Allow your thoughts to drift gently like clouds across the peaks, and together, we continue west. The morning arrived beneath a sky of pale silver. A cool wind wandered softly through the mountain valley, carrying the clean scent of fir needles and fresh snow. The camp awakened slowly. Coffee warmed over glowing embers. The horses stamped gently upon the cool grass. A raven called once from a nearby pine before disappearing into the brightening sky. Lewis stepped toward the little western creek. Its clear water danced happily around smooth stones. He wondered where every drop would eventually arrive. Perhaps every river carried a secret destination known only to itself. Soon the expedition packed camp. Step, breathe, listen, repeat. The trail climbed steadily through forests of cedar and spruce. Sunlight filtered between the branches in long golden ribbons. Tiny birds flitted among the trees. Occasionally a squirrel paused upon a branch, watching the travelers pass before returning to its morning work. Everything felt wonderfully peaceful. By late morning, the interpreter stopped beside a rocky hillside. There is something unusual ahead. Lewis looked curiously. The sound of running water echoed somewhere beyond the trees, yet no stream could be seen. The expedition followed the sound. The path wound between great granite boulders covered with emerald moss. The sound grew louder still. No river appeared. Finally, the trees opened. Before them flowed a lively mountain stream. Its water sparkled brilliantly beneath the sunlight. For perhaps 50 yards it rushed joyfully across polished stone. Then it disappeared, not around a bend, not beneath fallen trees, directly into the mountain itself. The water flowed into a broad opening between smooth limestone rocks. Within moments, the stream was gone. Lewis blinked in surprise. Clark walked closer. It simply vanishes. Interpreter smiled gently. People call it the river that sleeps beneath the stone. Lewis knelt beside the opening. The water remained perfectly clear as it slipped quietly into darkness. He could hear it continuing far below, invisible, still flowing, still alive, just unseen. No one spoke for several minutes. The place invited quiet reflection. Lewis finally smiled. Every river needs to be visible. Interpreter nodded. Many important things travel where eyes cannot follow. Lewis thought about those words: kindness, hope, memory, trust. None could be held in one's hand, yet all continued flowing through people's lives. Perhaps rivers were not so different. Clark carefully unfolded one of his maps. There is no river marked here. Lewis chuckled softly. There wasn't one until we arrived. Clark laughed. And now there isn't one again. Mystery delighted everyone. No one felt disappointed by not understanding exactly where the water traveled. The uncertainty somehow made the place even more beautiful. Nearby stood a cluster of ancient cedar trees. Their roots wrapped around great boulders with remarkable strength. At the center of the grove rested a simple stone bench carved from solid granite. Its surface had been smoothed by many years of wind and rain. Lewis sat quietly. From there, he could hear the hidden river beneath the mountain. The sound was gentle, almost like distant music. He closed his eyes for a few peaceful moments, listening. Nothing more. When he opened them again, he wrote in his journal, *, some of the most faithful rivers continue flowing even when we cannot see them. *, he paused. Perhaps people did the same. During the afternoon, the expedition followed the trail beyond the disappearing stream. For nearly an hour, no water appeared anywhere. Then, quite unexpectedly, another spring emerged from the mountainside, crystal clear, cold, joyfully flowing once again. Lewis smiled. "I believe we've found our traveler." Clark laughed. "It merely took the scenic route." Interpreter grinned. "The mountain enjoys keeping a few peaceful secrets." No one argued. Some mysteries deserve to remain mysteries. As evening approached, the core of discovery camped beside the spring where the hidden river returned to daylight. The water sang softly over smooth pebbles. Wildflowers surrounded the banks. A family of deer drank quietly before disappearing into the forest. The mountains glowed beneath the golden light of sunset. Lewis placed the gray stone, the pale blue stone, the tiny pinecone, and the carved walking stick beside the campfire. He looked thoughtfully toward the spring. The river had vanished. Yet it had never truly been lost. It had simply continued its journey beyond sight, perhaps. The Ghost River was much the same, not absent, only hidden. not silent, only speaking in places where patient hearts learn to listen. The stars slowly appeared above the western peaks. The spring whispered gently through the meadow. The fire settled into glowing embers, and somewhere beyond the mountains, beyond forests older than memory, beyond valleys untouched by maps, the ghost river flowed quietly through the heart of the wilderness, always present, even when unseen, always moving. Even beneath the stone. End of part 38 The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition Boring History for Sleeping Face Part 39. The Valley Where the Wind Remembered. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. The river that vanished into stone now rests quietly behind us, somewhere beneath the mountains. Its hidden waters continue their peaceful journey. The core of discovery walks steadily westward. Each day the forests grow older, each valley feels quieter, each sunrise seems to reveal another gentle wonder, and somewhere beyond these ancient ridges, the Ghost River patiently waits, as always. There is no need to hurry. The mountains have all the time in the world, so settle comfortably, allow your breathing to become slow and even, and let us continue along the quiet trail. Morning arrived beneath a blanket of soft gray clouds. The air carried the fresh scent of rain that had fallen lightly during the night. Tiny drops still rested upon pine needles. Every leaf sparkled beneath the first light of dawn. Lewis stepped outside his tent. The western spring flowed quietly beside the campsite. Its gentle music blended perfectly with the distant songs of mountain thrushes. Everything felt freshly washed. The entire wilderness seemed to breathe more deeply after the rain. Breakfast was warm and comforting. Coffee steamed into the cool air. Fresh oat cakes baked over the fire. A little dried fruit completed the meal. The horses appeared especially lively after the cool night. Soon the expedition resumed its steady rhythm. Step, breathe, listen, repeat. The narrow trail wound through forests filled with towering cedars and ancient firs. The earth beneath their boots felt soft with generations of fallen needles. The air remained wonderfully still. By mid-morning, the forest slowly opened into a broad mountain valley. Golden grasses stretched gently across the landscape. Scattered groves of aspen shimmered softly in the breeze. High above, snowy peaks surrounded the valley like silent guardians. Something felt different here, the wind. It moved gently across the meadow, yet as it passed through the tall grasses, it created a sound unlike anything they had heard before, not merely rustling, not quite whispering, almost like distant voices speaking too softly to understand. Clark paused. You hear that? Lewis nodded. I do. Interpreter smiled knowingly. Elders called this the valley where the wind remembered. Lewis looked across the grasses. Remembered what? The interpreter gazed toward the mountains. Every traveler who ever passed through. Lewis smiled. What a comforting thought. The expedition continued walking slowly. The breeze rose and fell. Each time it crossed the valley, the grasses swayed together like gentle waves. The soft sound returned again and again. Some heard music, others imagined quiet conversations. One voyager simply smiled and said, "It sounds like old friends talking around a fire." No one corrected him. The valley seemed happy to let every traveler hear something different. Near the center of the meadow stood a great circle of smooth stones, perfectly arranged, no walls, no roof, simply a wide circle open to the sky. Wildflowers bloomed between the stones. Tiny bluebirds hopped happily among them. Lewis stepped quietly into the center. The wind immediately grew calm, almost completely silent. He looked upward. Only blue sky, white clouds, the surrounding mountains. He closed his eyes. The stillness felt extraordinary when he stepped back outside the circle. The gentle singing wind returned. Clark laughed softly. The valley has quiet places hidden inside its songs. Lewis nodded. So do people. Around midday, the expedition rested beneath a cluster of old aspens. Their pale trunks glowed softly beneath the afternoon sun. The leaves trembled constantly, even in the gentlest breeze. The familiar sound blended beautifully with the whispering meadow. Lewis opened his journal. He wrote, "The wind never truly repeats itself, yet it always sounds familiar." He smiled. Perhaps memories work the same way. Each one changed slightly with time, yet somehow remained unmistakably its own. As afternoon drifted peacefully onward, A small herd of bighorn sheep appeared upon the rocky slopes above. They moved carefully across cliffs that seemed impossible to climb. Young lambs followed closely behind their mothers. The explorers stopped to watch. No one wished to disturb them. Patience had become second nature to the core of discovery. The mountains rewarded those who learned to move quietly. Before leaving the valley, Lewis noticed a weathered wooden wind chime hanging from the branch of a solitary pine. It was beautifully simple, several smooth pieces of cedar suspended by braided cord. The breeze touched it gently. A soft wooden melody echoed across the meadow. No metal. No sharp notes. Only warm, peaceful sounds blending perfectly with the wind itself. Lewis admired it without touching it. Some music belonged exactly where it had been placed. That evening, the expedition camped beside a quiet stream flowing westward through another alpine meadow. The sunset painted the mountains in glowing shades of gold and crimson. The stream reflected every color perfectly. Lewis placed the gray stone, the pale blue stone, the tiny pinecone, and the carved walking stick beside the campfire. He smiled quietly. Then he added something invisible to the growing collection, the memory of the singing wind. It required no pocket, no pack, no journal, only gratitude far beyond the western mountains, beyond valleys where only eagles and clouds wandered freely, beyond hidden rivers flowing beneath ancient forests. The ghost river continued its silent journey. Perhaps its voice had always been carried upon the wind, not speaking through words, but through peaceful moments that gently reminded every traveler that the wilderness never truly forgot those who walked with kindness. The stars appeared one by one above the quiet valley. The wind softened. The stream whispered steadily beside the camp. And another gentle chapter drifted peacefully into history. End of part 39 The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition, boring history for sleeping face part 40. The river without a shadow. Hello again, my friend. Welcome back. The valley where the wind remembered now lies quietly behind us. The whispering grasses continue their gentle song beneath the western sky. The cedar wind chime still sways softly from its lonely pine tree. The core of discovery walks onward with calm hearts and steady steps. Each peaceful mile seems to bring them closer to something they cannot yet name, perhaps closer to the ghost river itself. So make yourself comfortable. Allow your breathing to become slow and easy. The mountains are in no hurry, neither are we. The first light of morning arrived wrapped in pale blue mist. The campsite was wonderfully still. Only the soft murmur of the western stream disturbed the silence. Lewis stepped outside before sunrise. The cool mountain air filled his lungs. He noticed how every morning now felt slightly different. The birds changed, the flowers changed. Even the fragrance carried by the breeze seemed new each day. The wilderness never repeated itself, yet it always felt familiar. Breakfast was quiet, fresh oat bread, warm coffee, a handful of dried berries. The horses seemed eager to continue climbing through the mountains. After packing camp, the expedition returned to its gentle rhythm. Step, breathe, listen, repeat. The trail wound through a forest of towering silver firs. Morning sunlight filtered through the branches like golden ribbons. Tiny drops of dew sparkled upon spider webs stretched between young saplings. Everything shimmered softly. Late that morning, the trail descended into a narrow valley unlike any they had yet explored. At its center flowed a remarkably clear river. Its water was so transparent that every smooth stone upon the bottom appeared perfectly visible. Lewis smiled. It looks almost like flowing glass. Clark knelt beside the bank. He searched the water carefully, then frowned slightly. That's curious. Lewis looked down. The river reflected the sky, the trees, the surrounding cliffs, everything except when Lewis leaned over the water. His own reflection was strangely faint, not gone completely, only barely visible. The interpreter quietly nodded. Elders called this the river without a shadow. Lewis looked again. The river itself reflected the clouds beautifully, yet people standing beside it seemed almost to disappear from its surface. It was a peaceful mystery. No one hurried to explain it. The expedition rested beside the river through the warmth of midday. Several men filled their cups with the cold mountain water. Others simply sat upon smooth boulders listening to the current. A kingfisher darted across the river like a streak of bright blue. Small trout rested peacefully beneath overhanging branches. The valley felt wonderfully calm. Lewis removed his journal. Instead of describing the mystery, he wrote something simpler. Asterisk, perhaps some rivers invite us to look outward rather than inward. Asterisk, he smiled. The thought somehow suited the place. Farther upstream, the explorers discovered an old wooden footbridge crossing the river. Unlike the bridge of fallen cedars they had seen weeks before, this one had clearly been built by careful hands. Its beams remained straight, its railings smooth. Tiny alpine flowers bloomed beside each end. Clark examined the craftsmanship. Whoever built this understood wood very well. Interpreter smiled. And travelers. Lewis crossed slowly. Halfway across he stopped. The sound of the river beneath the bridge was wonderfully gentle, not rushing, not roaring, only quietly continuing its endless journey. He rested both hands upon the railing for several peaceful moments. He simply listened. Beyond the bridge, the trail climbed toward a rocky overlook. From there, the entire valley spread below like a painted landscape. The river wound gracefully through forests and meadows before disappearing into distant pines. Cloud shadows drifted lazily across the hills. A herd of elk grazed quietly beside the water. Lewis looked toward the horizon. Come farther than I ever imagined. Clark smiled. And somehow, he looked around the valley. The world still feels larger every day. Lewis nodded. That was the gift of true exploration. The more one discovered, the more there remained to wonder about. As afternoon slowly became evening, the explorers returned to the riverside and prepared camp beneath a grove of tall aspens. Their golden leaves shimmered gently in the evening breeze. The fire glowed warmly against the cool mountain air. Lewis placed the gray stone, the pale blue stone, the tiny pinecone, and the carved walking stick beside the glowing embers. He closed his eyes for a moment. He could still hear the gentle current of the river without a shadow. It had reflected mountains, clouds, trees, but almost nothing of the people standing beside it, perhaps. The river quietly reminded every traveler that the wilderness was never about placing ourselves at the center of the story. It invited us instead to become grateful witnesses, nothing more, nothing less, far beyond the dark western ridges. Beyond forests where mist lingered until noon. Beyond hidden valleys untouched by hurried footsteps. The ghost river continued flowing, patient, invisible, timeless. Its greatest mystery was no longer where it flowed, but how quietly it transformed those willing to follow its lessons. The stars slowly filled the mountain sky. The fire settled into glowing coals. The clear river whispered through the valley. And another peaceful chapter gently became part of the endless journey west. Asterisk end of part 40.